This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming's few remaining lumber mills have been struggling, but a shift in federal and state timber policy might herald a new era for the industry here. Governor Mark Gordon on Friday signed an executive order calling for an increase of active forest management in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the order mirrors President Donald Trump's March 1st executive order for immediate expansion of American timber production.
That kind of clears the path for more aggressive forestry management, which my understanding it's going to result in more logging. And there's really three big timber companies in Wyoming. And they told me that really what they're looking forward to is hoping that this gives them more leeway and more of an affordable option to get in there and clear out dead timber first. There's just loads and loads of dead timber everywhere.
Most of those trees were killed in previous pine beetle epidemics. And while all that dead timber is a fire hazard, industry experts say it might hold at least some value. Multiple agencies haven't given up searching for a Minnesota hiker missing for nearly a week in Wyoming's rugged Cloud Peak wilderness. Grant Gardner was in northern Wyoming for a planned 3-day hike around the Misty Moon Lake area in the Bighorns. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that his goal was to summit the 13,166-foot Cloud Peak, the highest in the Bighorn Mountains. And he did that, according to a July 29th text message Gardner sent to his wife.
He texted his wife from the top of Cloud Peak saying, "Hey, I made it." Also texted her that it was pretty taxing and more strenuous than he thought it was going to be. But that was the last anybody's heard of him. Said he was going to go down and camp. They've really been going out looking for the guy. They did find his vehicle at the parking area where he was to begin what he had planned to do. So he didn't come down and get in his vehicle and drive off.
Although Gardner remains missing after many days and nights, Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn said the search for him will continue, and he's asking anyone who may have had contact with him to call law enforcement. Peabody Energy's Powder River Basin mining operations were the standout success story for the coal giant during the first half of 2025, more than doubling profits, while the company's overall business struggled. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company's net income plummeted 95% in the first half of 2025 to just $12 million amid collapsing international coal prices.
It's a complicated picture, but there is some optimism around what's happening in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. One of the sources I spoke to called it a trifecta. Tax breaks, you've got increased leasing, and you have a reduction on the amount of royalties paid. So there's all of these incentives that are really helping Powder River Basin coal sell. Now, the other picture here that's developing is some challenges, some headwinds for the coal industry as represented through the overall losses from Peabody.
The idea that Wyoming coal stands as a key and reliable source of electricity generation is something that the Trump administration continues to promote. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, the University of Wyoming has become the latest higher education institution to lend its branding to a school-sponsored liquor. UW Athletics has announced it will launch a new cowboy-themed craft bourbon called Pretty Good Horse in partnership with the state of Wyoming. Producing the booze will be Casper-based Backwards Distilling, which told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that it inked a 5-year contract with the university to produce the spirit.
Normally, universities sort of shy away from association with alcohol, but what we're actually finding is that the University of Wyoming is becoming one of many schools now that is putting out a branded alcohol. So in this specific partnership, they're partnering with a Wyoming-based distillery to create a bourbon called Pretty Good Horse, which is a reference to the fight song of the University of Wyoming. And they're not alone in doing ventures like these. We've seen these other really big powerhouse athletic schools also putting out their own kind of branded alcohol content.
Its initial batch will produce 1,800 bottles and will be available in liquor stores across Wyoming with a shipping option for fans and school alumni nationwide. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Jen Coker in the room, and we'll start right out with Jen. Jen, if you had a sense, you should have a sense of urgency today, because that old adage, there are only 24 hours in a day, like you got to get moving, that's not even true today. There are not 24 hours in this day. This day is shorter than your average day. One of the shortest. Mind blown?
You're stumping me. And I even read the headlines before I come on, because I'm like, what is he going to ask me?
Right.
And I thought it was going to be Sydney Sweeney. So I'm like, I am going to learn who that is.
Oh, golly. Seriously, the last time I mentioned Sydney Sweeney, you had that same glazed over look. And I don't know if it's too early in the morning. No, it isn't, because you're an early riser like me.
Yeah, this morning's a little rough. I'm a little scuffed up.
But
Why
is
it the shortest day?
Your unawareness. Well, we got to go back to Sydney Sweeney. I can't believe, because, I mean, it's almost too late. The whole Sydney Sweeney news cycle it's got to be over. Like, it started with her used bath soap going into Squatch. Her used bath water went into Squatch soap, which sold out in like 2 seconds. People wanted a soap made with Sydney Sweeney's discarded bath water.
No.
Yes.
Stop it.
Then Sydney Sweeney does the jeans ad, American Eagle, and is suddenly become Trump's like girlfriend. Trump said, if she's registered Republican, she's hot. And she is. He even said, like, look at her compared to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, not hot, because she's a Democrat. Sydney Sweeney, hot. And I even dropped Sydney Sweeney on Senator Barrasso, who didn't fall for it at all.
Did he know who she was? Because did you know who she was?
He didn't. Did I? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Barrasso's just like, oh, he knows who she is at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the time, he just steered the conversation towards something political.
That's awesome. You tried to drop that.
Yeah, I'm like, well, all right. I wanted to talk about Sydney Sweeney with Senator Barrasso, and he started talking about politics. I'm like,
Jeez, Senator Barrasso.
Politics.
That's awesome.
No, today's short.
Okay, why?
Well, put on your scientist cap.
So it's the shortest day of the year. So that is, what is that thing called?
Yeah.
Solstice.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it doesn't have to do with that. That has to do with how much daylight. And by the way, any guess as to how many minutes of daylight Wyoming loses in the month of August? Because days are going to get shorter now, as they say. Like daylight's going to get shorter. How many minutes do you think by the start of the month and end of the month we will have lost this much in daylight?
127
minutes? Oh, wow. You're really going high. 70-ish.
Okay.
Depending on where in Wyoming. We'll lose a little over an hour of daylight by the end of the month. No, this day is literally shorter. If you timed it on a stopwatch, it won't come up 24 hours. It'll be 1.3 milliseconds shorter than 24 hours. And it has to do with, I don't know, scientific stuff, the Earth spinning. The Earth's spinning a little bit faster and mostly due to China. China is to blame for everything. COVID,
really
China.
How are they doing it?
Well, they built one big ass dam and they put so much water got trapped behind it. China, everything China does is on a large scale. They get a lot of people.
And crappily built.
Probably. It'll break. Just the population of China is throwing off the globe's spinning. But the dam, supposedly there's so much water behind it. It's made the Earth kind of like not perfectly round. And there's, imagine a basketball when a bug lands on it. And now the spin suddenly is changed just by one little bug sitting on it and creating drag.
Where did you get this news?
It's real. It's from the interwebs. It's got to be real.
I love that you call it the interwebs. That's my favorite thing about you.
Well, scientists say it's real. I've found at least 2 scientists to collaborate. And I'm not even going into the bizarre stuff, Jen, that one scientist says we're living in virtual, like everything we're living is not real. We're living in a simulation, like Matrix, woo, and he's got like science to back it up. Like none of this is real.
I think there's something in there. I mean, when our headlines are Sydney Sweeney and we're all talking about that, something is really fundamentally wrong with the way with our viewpoint.
Right. Good point, Jen. Somewhere there's a universe that's operating correctly. Like we wish we would, but we're not.
We're not. We're all off. We are all off.
Well, this day is shorter, so I just want you to hustle with everything you do. Just don't.
I will be deliberate today.
Thank you. All right. Just warning you.
Thank you. Like knowing what I'm up against when I wake up.
Yeah. And I know I hate to be the bearer of news. Like as soon as you wake up, you're still trying to get going. And I'm like, you got to hurry. You're losing 1 millisecond today. Get on it. I don't want to be that guy, but you better.
You are that guy. So you can't, you've done it.
Sense of urgency in finding this missing Pinedale woman. We've talked about her.
We have talked about her.
This is a long time. So what are we trying to accomplish here? And I know
there's no solving this one. And let me just say, well, I should never say there's no solving one. This would be very hard to solve because there was a person that the family suspected. That person has long since died. So, and at the time, there was no evidence to tie this person to this crime, alleged crime.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't remember that. We're talking about a woman who was in a Pinedale area guest ranch decades ago and disappeared, like walking over a footbridge, like walking into the Wind River wilderness. I didn't know there was any kind of nefarious, like a person.
There's nefariousness, yeah. And this was a hard one, too, because 60 years later, there's nobody to talk to who was on the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sublette County Sheriff Lair, who was awesome, did share what was available in that case file. So the case file has, he said, unfortunately, there's no report. So the report would have said, where the investigation was going. So when I spoke to the sister, Camilla, she said, the brother told the police initially, or what was reported to the news, was that he saw her standing on a footbridge. That was the last time he saw her. However, Camilla said that actually he said that the last time he saw her, she was running naked as if being chased on the other side of the lake.
Oh,
so
what?
2 different reportings. And when she
Yeah.
told me that, I was like, whoa, okay, so this is a completely different narrative. I was not expecting that fact. And again, there's no way to verify anything because the police report is gone. But that is what her brother reported, and it traumatized him. He wanted to try to catch up with her, and he knew he couldn't. So he had to make a decision, and this is all according to Camilla, whether or not he wanted to run after her or get his horse and try to catch her. So he chose the latter, went and got his horse, and never caught her. And then, so there was a guest at the ranch who, for whatever reasons, was suspected. Now, I don't know those reasons specifically, but the police apparently couldn't tie him to get anything to him, nor could the family, because he wasn't arrested. He returned home, and that was that, and later he died. However, the one detail that really sticks with me and why I think this gives the whole theory credence is a month later, after this area had been searched in full, her clothes, Diane's clothes, showed up neatly folded on a rock in an area that had been searched. And in my mind, that is something's there.
That's weird.
And I don't know what, this is 1982, so we're not thinking DNA. I don't know what happened to those clothes. Again, this case file is, or I'm sorry, 1960s.
Yeah.
So, so the case file is incomplete. DNA, probably that evidence wasn't, I'm assuming, preserved. So I think there's something there in that clothes. And when I heard, that's what interested me in this story, that detail. When I heard that, I'm like, there's something here. And at this point, we're not looking for a solve. Camilla would like to find her sister's remains. And that's where she would like the focus to be, pure recovery at this point.
This 16-year-old missing 1963, late June, at a guest ranch in Pinedale, disappears. Lynn Diane Olson, goes by Diane, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So when I want to go back to the brother saying last known sighting is important. It's all you have. This is the last person, like I saw her alive doing this. Mm-hmm. And it's walking across a footbridge or it's running naked. Like, these are 2 completely different things. Did the brother's story change, or it just depending on who he was telling it to? When he told it to Diane's sister, Camilla, it was she was running naked. When he told it to cops, it was I saw her on the footbridge.
Yeah, and that's a great question that I can't answer. And unfortunately, the brother too has died.
Oh.
And I don't know. And Camilla, this is 62 years ago. She was 15. So her memory is, and she just remembers conversations with her brother. So I don't know what he initially told or when that story came, or how that unfolded. But she said that throughout their lives, he never wanted to talk about it.
And while you saw then Sheriff Lair open the books to you, open the case, what did law enforcement know, investigators know? Did they hear the story of running naked, or all they knew was I saw her on the bridge?
That was not in any of the information I saw. Oh. The only documents still in that file, other than the letters and the reports, were, and by reports I mean from the divers. And then there was a couple letters, one from the National Guard and from J. Edgar Hoover, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
He's a history there. And that was 6 months before Kennedy's assassination, which, you put that in context, it's kind of interesting. But the case report, like all what the police were thinking, what they were following up, was not in there. All I got was some of the tips they followed. And that was all the sightings. And there was only, I think 4 or 5 sightings. However, I don't know if he was a private investigator, but somebody covered this in 2012 for the Sublet paper. And he said that he had more information. So there must have been the case report must have been in there at that time. He didn't cover the running naked either. So I do not know. I'm basing this all on the sister's memory.
And this Sublette County law, Casey Lair, legend, great guy, great sheriff. But Sublette County, law enforcement, sheriff's office, 1960s. I can imagine why, that's a thin file, a thin folder. They're probably not quite up to the task. This woman disappeared. Because initially, when you have somebody who disappeared, I mean, you don't fast forward to 2025, and we're never going to find her. She disappeared off the planet. In the first day, you're like, we'll get her. She probably just walked off. Second day, you're like, she might be lost. Third day, all right, she's drowned or a bear got her. And pretty soon, day 3 is year 60s, 60 years later. And so in the beginning, you might not be as thorough as you'd like to be as far as filing information and for posterity.
Right. And when the clothing was found, the sheriff did drag the lake again. He was very good at dragging that lake and searching. But the mother, Naomi, was very critical of him because he wouldn't call in the National Guard or the FBI. And I don't know I can't say if he actually did in the long run call those agencies in, but from the evidence in the file, he didn't at that point, at least.
Fascinating story that Jen Coker's been following. The latest dropped on August 3rd, the update of this story. Woman hasn't given up on her sister who vanished from Pinedale Ranch 62 years ago. The brother, by the way, Mike, is a twin brother. So sometimes the twins have a mind meld thing going on. But Mike is no longer with us. So did he come up? Maybe you don't know as to the timeline, but did he come up with she was running naked after the clothes were found folded sitting on a rock? Did that go into his brain when he concocted this naked story after he heard that?
That's not my understanding, no.
Okay.
My understanding is this is what he told the family. And again, Camilla was 15 at the time.
Yeah.
And how that all played out, I just don't know.
Huh.
And she was, she was in Salt Lake City because that's where the siblings had lived. And, they were protecting the rest of the kids. So what the ultimate narrative was, there's just no way to know.
Right. The 15-year-old at the time shielded from a lot of this by the parents intentionally. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And
that was just not something. And again, look at the times. We have 1962. If that was the fact, I don't know that they would be telling reporters, we suspect that she was running naked.
Yeah. So weird. I mean, it just seems like a drowning is what I would think. I mean, it's usually the most logical thing is the right answer. Like you start trying to real hard to run down a narrative that's, some bad guy that was also at the ranch with her. And
well, that was one of the theories that she had fallen in. But that lake was thoroughly searched by divers and it was very clear. So they had great visibility and they said they saw nothing other than extremely large fish.
Oh, something for your anglers.
Yeah.
Well, just so weird. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, it's tragic. And what the upswing here is that the sister Camilla has moved home to Pinedale and she's so happy.
Yeah, and maybe that's, I know you hate the word, but that's maybe the only closure the family's going to get.
Very well, maybe. But, she said, I finally found home. And I'm like, you're lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know where home is.
Well, you got less time to search for it today. The day's going to be over before you know it.
Man.
Look, our time is already up here.
All right. I can't talk to you about the serial killer. We'll have to hit that next time.
Ooh, next time.
Next time. Okay. I'll see you Thursday.
Jen, have a great fast day.
I will.
All right.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues after this break. Greg Johnson coming.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Greg Johnson is here, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Also the author of a story that I'm reading right now about the Minnesota man who has not been heard from in nearly a week now. He summited Cloud Peak, which is pretty high. 13,179 is what I have. In your story, you have Cloud Peak at 13,166. It's high. And his phone records show he made it to the top at 9 o'clock at night. That's the ping, which is late. Hours of daylight left, not much. And to get down from Cloud Peak, it's not real fast. You get down to kind of Bomber Mountain, then you go down more. Like, if he went south, which I'm assuming he did, but searchers know. There's a big search going on. Man, I don't know, Greg.
Yeah, he's been gone since last Tuesday night.
Ooh.
He texted his wife saying, "Yeah, I got here." Yeah, they've been looking for him. Bighorn County Sheriff got a call on Friday, and they've been looking for him since. They've had helicopters, they've had like electronic locating systems, just kind of radar stuff, but they brought dogs out, but still haven't found them.
Yeah, I'm I'm looking at the map, sharing the map with our video viewers, listeners. There's Cloud Peak, and as I pull out, the nearest access to Cloud Peak, probably the easiest and nearest, is from the south. There's a trail, and you can drive in about as far as here, Soldier Park, and then a long trail. But you're up. It's not just one solo mountain where you're at 13,000 and then you're like, all right, I got 9 o'clock at night. I'm going to climb down as fast as I can, and I'll at least be lower than 13,000. Your ability to survive a night at 13,000, not good unless you're well prepared. So you got to be down. You got to get down. And he couldn't have gotten down in 1 hour, 2 hours. It would have taken a while to get down to even 10,000 feet. I'm looking. That's just too late. Yeah. And did he say in his text with his wife that it was harder than he thought, like a 3-day hike? He's like,
he said he thought it was more taxing than he expected and that he was tired.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not a good sign. It's the same thing that kid said up in Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe you know, there's been crazier things. Maybe, hunker down and eat twigs and bugs and hang in there. There's certainly water available, but
yeah,
it's the cold. It's the nights are going to be cold.
They haven't given it up.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
They haven't changed the search from a search and rescue to a recovery.
Yeah.
Yet. So. But after a week, that might be coming soon.
Yeah. There's a kind of gray area time where we're in now where it's kind of both. I mean, you're doing the same things you would likely do. Recovery just means a rescue that's been scaled back, honestly. The dogs are going to sniff for the same kind of thing. It's just, I mean, you're looking for the same thing. You're looking for this guy, and you're hoping he's alive. Yeah, today, did you hear me tell Jen today's shorter? Today's short day.
What? No. Why is it short?
Yeah, August 5th, because the Earth is spinning a little bit faster. Scientists have reasons why, but
I thought I felt that.
The Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour. So
I don't know why you didn't let her stay on and talk about the serial killer.
Well, I have her Thursday, and you were coming.
Well, serial killer could trump me anytime.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. That story's not out, is it?
I don't know about it. She knows about stuff.
You mean she dropped the hint? Yeah.
I don't know. Well, she's written about serial killers before. Who knows?
We want to give the serial...
There's plenty of them out there, I think.
Yeah, we want to give that serial killer 2 additional days to get his next victim. Then we'll have Jen on Thursday.
That's right. What makes a serial killer? How many do you have to kill to be a serial killer? Is
Good point.
More than 2? Is it just only more than 1?
I'm sure FBI has defined that. What determines serial? I mean, it's got to be 3 or more. Wouldn't you say? Statistically, serial killer defined as someone who murders 3 or more.
3 or more. Okay.
I'm just so tired of being right all the time.
Okay.
Who needs Siri when you have Jake?
Who uses Google?
No, to confirm my correctness. 3 or more serial killer. There's also a time between killings. You can't just cool off and take a break. Like, you got to strike every now and then.
I don't know. Does it say that?
Yes. 3 or more people over a period of No more a cooling off period between each murder of no more than a month. That seems not long.
So you can like kill someone like every year for 10 years and you're not technically a serial killer?
Yeah, that can't be right. Well, the internet's doesn't know everything. Yeah.
You know what it does know?
What?
I just noticed, it's probably happened a little bit ago, but I just noticed that the Yankees are now third in the division.
Yeah, Boston has jumped.
Yeah.
Tampa's coming. Oh, by the end of the season, the Orioles will have passed us. It's terrible. Greg, last night, the Yankees are finding different ways to lose every night. Another blown save.
It wasn't the Rockies guy, was it?
Yes, it was.
Well, there you go. But you get what you get.
Yep. It was your guy, Bird, who gave up the game-winning home run in the 10th. First, Devin Williams, this all-star closer, blew a save. Well, you knew he would. Just doesn't have the mental toughness to pitch in the Bronx. You got to be, a closer has to be tough mentally.
Well, I mean,
he's not.
We're like, what are you doing taking a Rocky? And then they get another one?
And we get, the third baseman actually is.
Are they trying to tank?
The third baseman, McMahon, he's pretty good, actually. I like him. But Bird, he came on in the 10th, served up a 3-run homer. Yankees lose again.
Yeah, so do the Rockies, but that's what you expect.
Yeah.
The Yankees are still 30 games ahead of the Rockies.
We're judged by it to a different standard, Greg. It's the Yankees. That's not saying anything. We don't get wild. We don't get into the playoffs with a wild card. Yankees win divisions and then win World Series. We don't come in the back door with a wild card. That's...
You're thinking 30 years ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm living in the 70s, man. I remember the 77, 78 Yankees. Oh, dominant.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember that historic game in the World Series where Reggie Jackson hit those 3 home runs, man.
Yeah. I remember being in high school and listening on a transistor radio that I had I was in marching band practice in high school. I was in the marching band playing a trumpet. And I'm listening. I got the transistor radio in my pocket with the earphones sneakily because it's Yankees in the World Series or playoffs or something. And yeah, something big would happen. I was out of step, obviously. I was playing out of tune, I'm sure, because I'm listening to the Phil Rizzuto call the radio call of the Yankees. But that's how. What do you think about? What?
I was going to say, did you see that Cleveland signed another quarterback?
Wow.
Their 5th one, Tyler Huntley.
7 quarterbacks in the room. How many is it now? Yeah, I heard Shadur Sanders doesn't want his dad to visit, which makes sense because they don't have enough bathroom facilities in Cleveland. No, just kidding. He doesn't want his dad to visit. Of course he wouldn't.
Oh, you got cancer? Don't come. Don't visit.
No, he doesn't want his dad because his dad shadows over him. That's
just showing up, man. That would be a circus.
Yeah. No, he doesn't need that. I don't know what Cleveland's doing.
And if I'm the coach there in Cleveland, I don't let him there.
Right.
I mean,
distraction.
There's some respect for a Hall of Famer legend showing up, but at the same time, if you're gonna be that kind of a distraction, don't let him.
Yeah.
Don't let him there.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Well, that's the least of their problems, him showing up. But what are they doing? You have to define a quarterback. You can't have like a 4-headed race. You got to pick one. They should have learned from the last problem. They had a pretty good quarterback. This guy, and well liked, and then they traded him away, and they haven't had a good success rate with.
Yeah. Well, the news out of their training camp is that Joe Flacco is head and shoulders above all of them.
Shocking. Guys like
Which
a
says
million.
something when a guy who's almost as old as Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you have that much young talent behind him, I don't even know why you have Flacco. He's an old dude. You get Flacco in an emergency. Like
he's the insurance policy, and so far it looks like they're going to need him.
You got to let the kids play, especially in today's day and age when you've got these rookies signed to a reasonable kind of a contract. You got to play them. You can't pay a guy to hold a clipboard for even one season. You're wasting money because sooner or later he's due for his big payday, and then you got to get rid of him. Cleveland better get one of these kids up to speed and play him. One of these draft picks. That's my suggestion to the Browns. I got enough things to worry about with the Yankees. Anything else in the news that you're looking at before I move to the whiskey of Wyoming, University of Wyoming? I don't like this.
Okay, why
not? Because maybe I'm living in the past and too conservative. But I don't like this notion that University of Wyoming, the college, has now got their official whiskey, branded whiskey, ahead of the football opener. University of Wyoming become the latest education institution to lend its branding to a school-sponsored liquor. Wyoming has its own official beer, like University of Wyoming. Now their own official whiskey. Casper-based Backwards Distilling is going to pump out something called Pretty Good Horse. I don't like mixing alcohol with a college. I don't like it.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. And, it should be like an awesome horse.
Not a pretty good horse. Well,
it's just a pretty good horse.
It's from the line in the song that every good pokes knows. Yep, they sing that, which is an Arizona song.
From the fight song, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the fight song, which is stolen or adopted from Arizona. But that Cowboy Joe song, it's from a line in there. That's cool. I love the label. I mean, I love everything about it. I love Wyoming Cowboys. Who doesn't? Brown and gold, man. We bleed brown and gold. But me and Sally Ann Shermer, when we see that the University of Wyoming has an official whiskey, we just have to shake our heads, I assume, Sally Ann. There shouldn't be an official whiskey in college. College kids shouldn't be drinking whiskey. Or if they are, they can do it on their own time. We don't need to encourage. Yeah. I don't like it. But, congrats.
Everybody takes a shot after the third quarter.
Everybody takes a shot on after every. I don't know. It's going to be a long season. Wyoming doesn't have players.
That's what it is. That's what the whiskey's for.
Yeah.
You're going to need it watching them.
To distract from the fact we have no passing game, no running game, and our once heralded defense is not what it used to be. So what is there left? A kicker? Usually a kicker emerges to be the hero because you're kicking at altitude. So even you and I could kick a 45-yard field goal.
I think this might be the year for the kid from East.
Oh yeah. Kicker. Peterson's kid. Pedersen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Pedersen's, is he on the roster? I think he is.
I don't know. I assume so.
He can kick.
Or, well, I don't know if he's there anymore. He might not be there anymore.
Well, there's another one too. Maybe the younger one is there. Yeah. Who's got, he's got the record long field goal for Wyoming high school football. He's got a leg. Boy, him and Laramie. Him and
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I think he's not there anymore.
Oh.
I think he's at a different school.
Okay.
So we don't even have that to look forward to.
No, there's nothing but the whiskey. Bottoms up. It's another loss for Wyoming. Yeah, they need some players. I'm really worried. So maybe I am on board with an official beer, an official whiskey. Bring it on. We're going to take a break here and get back to more news. Greg, it's a short day, so.
It is.
What are your time constraints?
I really need to go.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about that.
I understand it is a short day.
You can talk about the WNBA fan.
What happened?
Got arrested for throwing something onto the court.
Oh, yeah. What's her name? The Caitlin Clark's tall, blonde, model, hot enforcer said, quit throwing dildos at us.
Oh, yeah. There's I forget which country it is, but they're using the fight scene from this movie with like Adam Driver and somebody. This husband and wife, they're fighting, and they're using them screaming at each other to keep wolves away from cows.
I barely saw that, and I was confused as to what it was. And I'm still confused after you explained it.
That's kind of interesting.
All right. I'll go look at that. That's weird. I'll go look at that. Adam Driver's weird. Just his face. He's
just his face.
I know. He's so weird looking. I'll look into that and see if I can come back with a more coherent version of whatever that is. Have a great Tuesday, Greg. And remember to hustle. You're losing 1.3 milliseconds today.
Okay.
All right. Have a great Tuesday. Greg Johnson with us. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, August 5. I did look into that Adam Driver story that Greg referenced. And I guess it's true as the interwebs can be. The movie The Marriage Story, I don't know how many people saw that, starring Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson. In the movie explores their marriage relationship, which has highs and lows. And during the lows, there are scenes where Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson's characters are yelling at each other like only husband and wife can. And apparently, the USDA is using those scenes of them yelling at each other, the audio of those scenes, and they're playing it at a loud volume in order to scare wolves away from where they've been killing cattle. They're trying to send a message that humans are bad and stay away from this place using this movie. Who knew? I'm sure the director, when he was making this movie, I'm sure the producers of this movie who helped get it made, I'm sure the guy who wrote the movie, their intention was shooting for an Oscar, right? That was what they were hoping for. Little did they know that a snippet of the movie would be used to scare wolves. That's your takeaway, you know? Rotten Tomatoes rates it 70-something% as a movie, but as a source to scare wolves, 100%. What does it rate on Rotten Tomatoes? Let me Rotten Tomatoes it. It's supposedly a really good, like well acted. Adam Driver has to be a good actor because his face isn't going to sell any movies. That big long horse face, not that I should talk, but I never signed up to be on a movie. I never signed up to be on this video. I understood this to be a radio job. And then I found out I have to be on camera. I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. Rotten Tomatoes, The Marriage. Is that what it's called? Is that what I just said? Yeah, The Marriage. 2017 movie. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's pretty good. Am I looking at the right movie? That doesn't look like Adam Driver. No, that's not right. Marriage Story. That's what I want. Okay. Dang it. Sorry to take up everybody's time. Marriage Story, but you got nothing else to do. You're listening to me. You're obviously bored on your tree. Marriage Story 2019. Here we go. 95%. Yeah, critics love these kind of movies because they really allow actors to shine. You know, Scarlett Johansson, who knew she could act? Previous to Marriage Story, she was hired on to movies simply to show the bod. Adam Driver, as I said, has been hired on the movie simply to act because his face isn't going to sell any pictures. I'm sharing Adam Driver in case you don't remember what he looks like. That's Adam Driver. Go take a look at his mug. That's what they should show to wolves. Get away, wolves. Be scared. There's Adam Driver's face. Yeah, 95% from the critics, 85% from regular old moviegoers. So, Wall Street Journal, well, we can believe them, right? That's a credible source. Says the scene during a dramatic moment of the 2019 Noah Baumbach film, a scene where the two characters are yelling at each other, is being played, repurposed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture in their quest to save cattle from wolves. Crazy. Drones are flying over areas, and I'm trying to see where this is. Oregon? Okay, this is being used in areas of Oregon where there's been cattle depredation by wolves. 11 cows killed in a 20-day period. Then the USDA approved this program where drones would fly over, blasting from their loudspeakers the scene of a fight scene between Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver in the movie Marriage Story. And since that time, only 2 cows were killed by wolves in 85 days. So is it working? It appears so. The film did earn 6 Oscar nominations, including 1 for Best Picture, and acting nominations for both Johansson and Driver. I don't believe it won any, but yes, 6 Oscar nominations. Now you can add 7. Oscar nominated for Best Film for Scaring Canines. Wow. New category. Yeah, 6 Oscar nominations for the film and now being repurposed to scare wolves. Fascinating. Thank you, Greg, for bringing that up. Let's go back to University of Wyoming. We're going back to Laramie, to the campus, and I still say I don't like UW. UW Athletics has announced it will launch a new cowboy-themed craft bourbon called Pretty Good Horse. This official partnership with the Casper-based Backwards Distilling calls for a 5-year contract. The university will allow branding, and they're going to do whole steamboat and the horse and bucking horse rider, that whole thing. It's going to be an official University of Wyoming athletics bourbon. The initial batch, 1,800 bottles, will be available at liquor stores across Wyoming. Now, what it will mean for a positivity is obviously money for university. They'll share in the funds. None of that money from the sale of Pretty Good Horse bourbon will go towards UW's NIL, their name, image, likeness fund. That's the fund that pays their athletes. In other words, your football team, none of that money, which is smart. I mean, it's in my mind, that's tainted money. It's money made from the sale of alcohol, now paying college football players through name, image, likeness. That's not a good look. Now, that's not what is happening. The university says none of the money, none of the proceeds from the sale of this whiskey will go towards the name, image, likeness fund, but sales will go toward the rodeo team and marching band. Now that sounds right. If you're going to sell alcohol and profit from the profits, that should go to the rodeo team. That sounds perfectly right. And whiskey and rodeo go hand in hand. And the poor marching band, who you've got to be about half bottled down to join a marching band. Yeah, that does sound really right. But yeah, I don't like the idea of an official whiskey for a college. And they're all doing it now. UW's not the only one. They're all doing it. It's a different day and age. I'm just too OG to get with it. It's not... All right, top of the hour news. We got to move along today. Shortest day of the year. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The nursing home where a 66-year-old woman died of an opioid overdose in late November denied wrongdoing and has asked a judge to throw out a wrongful death suit. The Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center in Gillette has garnered headlines in recent months for the November 29th death of Rhonda Parker from an opioid overdose and for a January incident in which a memory care patient died after she wandered into the cold unsupervised. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Parker's daughter, Christina Jones, sued the nursing home and licensed practical nurse Emily Ware, alleging that they caused Parker's wrongful death.
Legacy submitted a filing on Friday, basically denying wrongdoing and saying there could be other things mitigating any liability in this case. Like there could have been intervening actions, there could have been pre-existing medical conditions, maybe they didn't follow every rule.
Jones' complaint seeks more than $51,000 in damages. She's seeking a jury trial and all compensation allowed by law. 2 people were killed in motorcycle crashes in Wyoming late last week, contributing to a particularly deadly summer on the state's roads, which are experiencing more motorcycle traffic as thousands of riders travel to and from the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Since July 19th, 3 people have been killed and 2 others injured in motorcycle crashes in the Cowboy State, according to Cowboy State Daily's Justin George.
3 motorcycle accidents or crashes that occurred since July 19th, including 2 late last week. And commonalities in those were that the riders were all older than 66 years old. Now, I'm not going to make any assumptions from that. Highway Patrol is just pointing all this out because Sturgis is going on right now. And there are just a lot more motorcycles that are out there on the road. So people just need to be more aware of that.
There have been 65 fatal vehicle crashes, resulting in 72 deaths in Wyoming this year, including 17 fatal crashes in July. A University of Wyoming professor is developing what could be groundbreaking technology to protect nuclear reactors from earthquake damage. Ankit Saxena recently received a $200,000 federal grant to develop a system to help absorb the disruption that can be caused by earthquakes. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the research is developing as site preparation is already underway on TerraPower's Natrium reactor in Kemmerer, and wheels are in motion for a micronuclear power boom in the U.S.
What this research is doing is creating these kind of vibration absorbers that you can bury underground or position around the reactor, be it a full-blown natrium reactor like the one in Kemmerer or a microreactor or small modular reactor. All of those could possibly benefit from this science that he's developing, and really it boils down to making internal particles absorb the vibration before they travel on and reach the reactor.
The National Science Foundation is backing Saxena's research because it sees potential in seismic damping technology. This puts UW at the forefront of efforts that set out to make nuclear reactors earthquake-proof. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, Colorado Parks and Wildlife got a call from an alarmed resident in Colorado Springs in July reporting bears lurking in the storm drains under a suburban street. And while that big male black bear was coaxed out through a manhole, an agency spokesperson told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that this sort of incident is becoming common in the city.
They have a lot of bears in Colorado Springs, especially on the west side of the city that butts up against the mountains. But they actually had one get into the storm drain system somehow. and somebody gave Colorado Parks and Wildlife a panicked call and said, there's bears down there. They got a key to a manhole from the city public works department and opened the manhole, and the bear, he just saw the opening and climbed up the ladder and clambered out. He climbed a tree, and I guess after sunset sometime, he just clambered down and wandered off back into the hills by himself.
CPW agents say they had plenty of experience handling incidents in Colorado Springs, but finding a bear in the storm drains was a new twist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for coming along with us on this Tuesday. Let's see if, let's talk about the Bears in Colorado. Dang. First, though, Edward chimes in from the Facebooks. He was talking about that. Oh, Wayne. Okay. We got to catch up on our feedback, which was very good. Edward says the human voice is yelling. In other words, the drones, USDA deploying drones with loudspeaker system that are blasting the fight scene between husband and wife in the movie Marriage Story. That's Scarlett Johansson, Adam Driver yelling at each other, is scaring wolves away from cattle. It apparently is working. Edward warns, though, it won't work forever. And I assume he's right. Wolves will soon be conditioned like any animal. It works in the beginning. Wolves don't want to be around humans. Wolves, just like your dog. I'm going to look at a domestic dog. Fireworks scare a dog. You can make any kind of a noise. The use of humans yelling is a good one to use because you want wolves to be conditioned to fear humans. So humans yelling out of a drone in the sky is scary to a wolf. Any sound that's unnatural is scary to a wolf. It could be anything. You could play them the latest Taylor Swift song and they'll freak out. It's unusual. But yeah, you use human voices because it's a dual purpose. One, it's scary because it's a sound coming out of the sky and the wolves are like, this is freaky. We're going to run away. And two, you want to use human voices because then if the cattle rancher sees the wolves and says, hey, you, or the cattle rancher is fighting with his wife, that'll be scary. And the wolves will associate human voice with something to get away from. That's all good for a while. And as Edward points out, sooner or later, the wolf gets conditioned to this. The wolf will creep a little farther and then get scared by the drone. And then it'll go a little farther next. And pretty soon the wolf will say, you know what? Nothing really happens. Nobody got killed. Let's go for it. Yeah. Just like with any animal, sooner or later, they're conditioned to the sound. And here's what's worse. As soon as they learn not to fear the drones making that sound and they make a successful kill, as soon as they say, you know what, that's not that scary of a sound. It hasn't killed any of us yet. Let's still go after them cattle. As soon as they make that first kill, now they start to associate the sound with cattle. They're like, hey, whenever you hear Scarlett Johansson yelling at somebody, you know, good son, that means there's food nearby. That will become the new conditioning for the wolves. But that's, hopefully years down the road. The sound of Adam Driver, the sound of husband and wife yelling at each other. You better be nice, cattle ranchers. See, there's the end message. There's the goal of the USDA, I think, is they're trying to foster good marriages. And they're trying to condition ranchers to not yell at each other. The husband and wife, get along. Don't get into arguments because you'll attract wolves. I've really taken this too far, haven't I? Wayne chimes in. Wayne says the record field goal was set by a student from Cheyenne South, not East. I didn't say East. Greg did, but I did agree. Facts are important, Wayne says. He must be a South fan, and if he is, he's the one who needs an official whiskey. Oh, South hasn't won a game in like a million years. They're terrible, but they had like the greatest kicker ever. And if you're going to be a good field goal kicker, South would be a team to be on because every South drive ends with either punting or kicking. Never with a touchdown. They're terrible. And I don't mean to get on them, but look, they're not good. Cheyenne South, the Bison record. I want to make sure it is the Pedersen kit record field goal. I think it is Brian Pedersen's kid, right? No, it's not. Keenan Anderson hit a 61-yarder. Okay. Leo Wolfson wrote this story. And is this kid on UW? I think he is. South senior Keelan Anderson has the nation's longest field goal, not just Wyoming. And Leo has a photo of him hanging out with, you may have heard of him, John Hoyland, like the greatest kicker of all times on the Pokes. Hoyland, number 46. I'm looking at a photo of Keelan Anderson on the left with John Hoyland on the right. So Keelan Anderson has the record field goal for South, who really, I don't think they've won a game in 30 years since they started, Dave. And he hit a 61-yarder. That's a long field goal, in case you didn't know. I mean, pros, for a professional kicker to hit a 61-yarder is something. High school kid, get out. Yeah, so Cheyenne South, thanks for the heads up. Thanks for keeping us on track. Who was that? Wayne? Yeah, thanks, Wayne. Record set by a student from South. Now, I'm going to double check to see if he is on the Wyoming Cowboy roster as the next great kicker from Wyoming. Wyoming has a tradition of great defense, which is sadly being compromised, let's say. Like the defense isn't what it used to be. And Wyoming's had a tradition of having great kickers, mostly because the venue you kick in, you're kicking at altitude, at elevation, where the thinner air allows the ball to travel farther. Anybody who kicks in Wyoming is automatically, in Laramie, automatically a good kicker. And then if you actually are a good kicker, combined with the thin air, you're a great kicker. Wyoming Cowboys 2025 roster. Is Keelan Anderson on the roster? And I'll probably have to dig deep to find when they finally get to the kicker. Got a whole bunch of running backs I've never heard of. No wide receivers. And that same old quarterback. This does not look like a good team. How do I get to just the kickers? Probably at the bottom. I have to scroll. Keelan Anderson is the kicker. He's a redshirt freshman. He should have been a freshman last season, but with Hoyland there, of course you're going to redshirt. Keelan's going to rock the number 99. I like it. And he's the only kicker listed on the roster, so he's the guy. Oh, I love this. Keelan Anderson, record-setting high school 61-yarder. By the way, that same year, he also hit a 57-yarder and a 53-yard field goal. Yeah, unanimous first-team All-State selection. Keelan Anderson did not appear in any games as a Cowboy last season, so he redshirted. So we'll now get 4 years of this kid kicking for the Pokes. Hometown boy. Yeah. Oh, I love it. Thanks, Wayne, for sending us on that line of thinking. Any word on that woman from Thermopolis who traveled to Wyoming and took lots of photos? Last you reported she was not doing well. That's Kurt. Yes, Kurt, unfortunately, she did pass away. You may have missed that. We had that in the news. Yeah, the woman from Thermopolis who put like 1 million miles on her Subaru and took photos. That was, I want to get her name now. Hold on. I keep getting sidetracked with all these other lines of thought. How do I find that? Cowboy. I cannot remember her name. Dang it. But I'll find her. Thermop. You know who knows who's coming on the show here in a minute is the woman who wrote the story, Jackie Dorothy. Jackie will be on in a second. She's probably screaming at her radio right now. Thermopolis photographer. Is that how I could find it? That's Leslie Ann Schaefer. Yeah, put 100,000 miles on her 2019 Subaru, photographing parts of Wyoming that some of us never see. And she's like me, where she talked to Jackie Dorothy about she always wants to see what's over the next rise. Me too. That's what's literally going to drive you to get that great shot is you get on the back roads. She goes on the back roads. She gets off the main highways. And she said she can't stop driving. She always wants to see what's over the next horizon. And she does. And she photographs it. And she's got lots and lots and lots of photographs. And that's what we have to remember her by. Terminal cancer. She did finally pass away a little over a month ago, I believe. So, yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Kurt. And unfortunately, the news is of Leslie Ann's passing, but she left us with a lot of great photos. Don Day, our weather guy, will be on here shortly, and I do have a weather question for him. See if I can trip him up. We also had the bears. Black bears, so common in Colorado Springs, they're climbing out of the manholes. Mark Hines has the story about a big male black bear. They got stranded down there in the storm drains in Colorado Springs. They assumed that this big black bear maybe was looking to beat the heat and found a way into the sewer system, basically, the city's west side sewer system. The bear's in the storm drains down underground, and he has to go through a series of small, tight spaces, and he was so big, they think he couldn't back up and go back out the way he came. So pretty soon he is stuck down in the storm drain system in Colorado Springs. And they hear him. City officials hear him, like probably roaring. He's all mad that he's stuck down there. And they get the lowest man on the totem pole in the Public Works Department. I guarantee you the Public Works Director didn't do this. They found the newest hire, Colorado Springs Public Works. They found like the newest hire. Hey, you rookie. Come here, we got a job for you. He was the guy who had to go with the key. CPW, the Colorado Parks Wildlife Agency, called municipal maintenance crew of Colorado Springs and asked for a key to the manhole cover. The city brought the key. They gave it to us. Oh, CPW had to do it. They said, here, you guys use it. They didn't want anything to do with it. So CPW had to use it. Yeah, that's a smart move by Colorado Springs municipal maintenance crew. They said, here's the key to the manhole cover. We heard you. There's a bear down there. Here's how you use it. And we're going to just sort of back off. And the manhole cover was open and the bear just climbed a ladder and popped right out the manhole. Got a photo of it. Got a video of it. This bear just, he's fine. Got lots of bears in Colorado Springs. I didn't know. No grizzlies in Colorado Springs. Lots of black bears. Colorado has no grizzly bears. The last documented grizzly there was killed after attacking a bow hunter, Ed Wiseman, in 1979. Has not been a grizzly in Colorado since, but an estimated 20,000 black bears, including black bears just roaming around the sewer system. So weird. Don Day's with us. Day weather forecast. Don, what's going on? You still out of town?
Yeah. I'm in a place where there's alligators in the sewers.
Oh yeah, you're in Florida.
That's right.
How do you know if they're alligators or crocodile?
That's beyond me. That's out of my That's out of my bailiwick.
Yeah, there are alligators in Florida. They're mostly on the golf courses, from what I understand, watching viral videos. I watch my reels, and every day there's a golfer who's like, are you going to go get that ball? Oh, I'm not going to go get that ball.
There's a golfer or a woman with a really small dog walking it right next to a piece of water where they like to sit. So, yeah.
Always. The favorite alligator snack is a poodle. If you want to find an alligator in Florida, just walk a poodle near water anywhere. Oh, so weird. Florida has lots of lightning strikes as well. Record, right? That state.
Yeah, it has the highest number of lightning strikes, and it's in the top of the lightning fatalities. So, yeah. Thunderstorms are a daily occurrence in the summer in Florida somewhere. Rarely is a day where there isn't a thunderstorm somewhere. And then Florida has just a few golf courses as well.
Oh, just a few. I wanted to ask you about this because it's crazy. It reminded me of my $64,000 question when I get to the end of it. But in 1947, a remote village in Canada became a setting for one of the nature's most chilling displays in Snag, Utah. It's in the Yukon Territory. They experienced a jaw-dropping temperature plunge to minus 83 minus 83 Fahrenheit, lowest temperature ever recorded in North America. And freaky things happen when it's that cold. Your breath, your condensation of your breath crystallizes in midair and falls to the ground. Like imagine your exhale and then it just freezes solid and falls to the ground. But what was really freaky is the way sound travels when it's really cold. You could hear a conversation 4 miles away, they said. Why is it? What makes sound travel better or worse in Wyoming? I've heard sound travel really far in the winter when it's cold. Why is that?
Well, okay, so sound is a wave.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the colder the air is, the more dense the air is. And so when a wave travels, it has... So basically, there's two things that are going on. Usually when it's really cold, it's calm. Okay. There isn't much wind. There's less turbulence in the air to move around. And therefore that sound wave has an easier path from the thing making the sound to get to you. And, I've noticed this at really high altitudes too. If you're up at a high elevation lake or you're up in the mountains, you can hear conversations from across a lake.
Yeah, across
so it's a function
the lake.
Yeah, basically. So, but also you got to remember there's a lot of ambient noise that is in some situations that your brain kind of tries to filter out or does. And a lot of times a conversation far away, if there's other noises, will get filtered out. But if you're in a remote place and there's not a lot going on, you can see that. But when it's really, really cold as well, the wave has an easier way to travel.
Very interesting. All sciencey we're getting with Don Day. Day weather forecast.
But if a tree falls in the woods and if nobody's there, does the sound still travel?
Wow, very full. That's a mind teaser for the day. It's your Jack Handy for the day. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to something easier. Weather forecasting today in Wyoming. For Jackson, where I am, perfect day. I mean, bulletproof, just abundant sunshine, very comfortable. And then Saturday is going to be really coolish in Jackson anyway. What's going on overall for the state?
Well, we've got another summer cold front. It's been the summer of having cold fronts, and we're going to see one come through this weekend, and it is going to drop temperatures rather significantly Saturday and Sunday. Now, for the next several days, though, between now and Friday, it's going to be warm. We're going to be looking at sunny to partly sunny skies. The far west and the central parts of the state really aren't going to have anything going on. But up along the Montana-Wyoming border, then up along the South Dakota-Nebraska border, there's just enough moisture to eke out a couple of thunderstorms over the next couple of days. So if you're on the edges, the north edge or the east edge, you may experience a thunderstorm. It's going to be sunny, very warm and dry elsewhere.
All right. Well, have a great Tuesday, Don. Stay away from them gators. They got teeth.
I will.
All right, buddy.
Yes, they do. Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Hello. Good morning. Tuesday, August 5. As we stated earlier, this is going to be a short day. It's going to come up just a little bit short of 24 hours. You're going to be robbed of 1.3 milliseconds. You want to get into the science of it? Neither do I. I'm not sure why, but the Earth, doesn't spin totally predictably. It's not clockwork, or it kind of is. I mean, we had to add a day to the calendar every 4 years just to keep the calendar straight. The Earth is not perfectly compliant to our calendar or our clocks. And today we're going to lose 1.3 milliseconds, one of the fastest days of the year, August 5th. Look it up. Don't trust me saying it. Please, don't trust a lot of what I say. I do try to verify, but, Sean says, yeah, I agree. This story that I just talked about, University of Wyoming athletics is joining a growing list of college programs that are putting out their own branded liquors. Pretty Good Horse bourbon is going to be the official whiskey of the Pokes. And Sean says, we'll all need a stiff drink after this football season. I think so, Sean. I am braced for a losing season, unfortunately. I don't have a lot of optimism heading into 2025, 2026 season for the Pokes. I don't know. I might want a bottle of bourbon nearby, pretty handy. But let's see, what do most people thinking? Because I wonder if I'm in the minority saying, you know what, alcohol and college sports, not a good mix. Mike says the same. Booze and sports, great combo, and I think he's being facetious. Everybody else is just making goofy comments. I'm really nervous about the tying together alcohol and college sports. And Wyoming didn't invent this. There's a lot of colleges who already have their own beer and their own official whiskey, perhaps their own collegiate vodka. Like, this is not the 1960s. I'll tell you that. Ohio State University, Notre Dame, University of Tennessee. They've all announced their own branded liquors involving vodka, whiskey, even moonshine. The official moonshine of the University of Tennessee is, it's just, I don't like it. And this is coming at the heels of only recently allowing alcohol sales at college events. UW has offered alcohol to fans at football and basketball games only since 2017. Schools like Clemson, Notre Dame will begin allowing alcohol sales at their sporting events. University of Michigan has reported millions in alcohol sales last year. So it's the trend. It's the way we're going. We're selling booze at the games. And now we're making official partnerships with distilleries. Okay. And you wonder why we have a drinking problem. Dale Killingback's story about this stabber, Casper Stabber. Casper and stabbing go hand in hand. You can't mention the city of Casper without also mentioning a stabbing incident, practically. Thankfully, this stabber is not one of the teen stabbers. You know, there was teenage, high school age kids all getting stabby in Casper for a while there. That maybe has cooled down a little. This guy is old enough to know better. He's old enough to... 72-year-old Casper man, accused of stabbing two people, asked the judge for one last chance, trying to plead his case, saying, give me one more chance, don't send me to prison. The judge says no, and gave him 3 to 6 years in prison. Another charge for stabbing a woman was dismissed. How many people did this guy stab? 3 to 6 years in prison. I love his attorney. We're talking about Paul Hilburn is the accused. Well, he's now guilty. He pleaded guilty to stabbing another man in his apartment in January. This incident we've been following. Dale Killingback has had the story. It goes to, I'm trying to remember now what was going on. There was, the stabber said the dude was coming at him, was high on meth. And there was more than one aggravated assault and battery at Hilburn. So Hilburn stabbed a couple of people. One of them involved stabbing of a 41-year-old man in his apartment on January 12th of this year, early in the year. And then he also stabbed a woman, and that case was dropped. 3 to 6 years he's getting. I'm not sure why this stabbing happened, and I'm no longer interested in why. I mean, there's no good reason for stabbing. Come on. You know better, 72-year-old. But I just love the attorney who made a last-ditch plea to keep his client out of prison by basically saying the attorney is Timothy Cotton. And just to loosely paraphrase Cotton, Timothy Cotton said, my client once had a stretch of 23 straight years where he didn't stab anybody. If that's your case, if that's the best you can do, Your Honor, I know you're about ready to bang the gavel and sentence my guy to prison, but give him one last chance, because I want to point out that he hasn't always been a stabber. He once went 23 years in a row without stabbing anybody. So have I. I've gone more than that, double that without stabbing anybody. But in Casper, that's probably a pretty good thing. That's probably Boy Scout material. It's all relative. And a 72-year-old guy in Casper who has not stabbed anyone in 23 years straight at one part of his illustrious career is noteworthy. Well, the judge wasn't buying it. He said, I'm going to give him 3 years not to stab. Actually, he's going to prison where stabbing somebody happens like once a month. That's my favorite part of the story. The whole story doesn't interest me particularly. 72-year-old sentenced for stabbing. Yeah, put him in prison. I don't want this guy stabbing people around Casper. We got enough of that. This is my favorite part is the Timothy Cotton. Pretty good argument in Casper. It might not play in other places. I don't know if it plays in Peoria, but my client had 23 years where he was not involved in the criminal justice system. Didn't stab anybody for over 2 decades, Your Honor. So he can do it. He can refrain from sticking his knife in someone. Recently, not so much, but there was a time where my guy was really stopped stabbing. You can only make fun of some of this stuff. I don't see the fun in the Sturgis. All these motorcycle accidents. 3 motorcycle riders killed in Wyoming crashes since July 19th. Fatal accidents on the rise, and of course, coincides with the Sturgis motorcycle rally. Wyoming troopers warning people using extra caution, motorists. Sometimes bikes are hard to see. In almost every crash involving a passenger car or truck and a motorcycle, the person driving the car or truck will say, I never saw him. Bikes, cyclists, they're harder to see. Motorcycle riders, harder to see. You got to be extra vigilant, keep an eye out, because some of these old geezers can't do it themselves. All of them have been oldish. I mean, 66 is the new 88. But, one of them, the latest one, was 73 years old. I don't know if you should be riding a motorcycle with no helmet at age 73. Friday, 73-year-old rider killed in a crash that also injured a motorcycle passenger. Collision happened south of Newcastle at about 5:21 a few days ago. A 2025 Harley-Davidson Road Glide. Got a 73-year-old on a big hog. Rider inattention being looked at as a possible reason for the crash. The driver of a 4Runner was also hurt in the collision. A lot of these guys don't have helmets on, and they're like 65, 60. Here's a 66-year-old, July 19th, killed east of Gillette. 67-year-old killed near Riverton on Thursday, just this last Thursday. I said the population of those going to Sturgis is aging. The demographics are aging. These are, back in the day when motorcycle riders were popular. What was that movie that everybody watched that had motorcycle guys? Like, that was long ago, man. Today's Harley-Davidson owners and riders are retired. And I don't know if they should be riding a motorcycle. Half of them shouldn't even be driving a car. But a 73-year-old riding a motorcycle on his way to Sturgis. Yeah, there's just been too many motorcycle accidents in Wyoming, in South Dakota, all centered around probably Sturgis. Everybody's going to Sturgis, which is, it started a few days ago. It goes through August 10th, the big Sturgis bike rally. Jackie Dorothy will be in the room in a moment, I believe. Let's take a quick break and get her in here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Tuesday, waiting for Jackie Dorothy to get in. She has an interesting story about a .44 revolver, the big iron on your hip, and a shootout that happened at the Cunningham cabin here in Jackson Hole. People stop and view that. That's a historic place in Jackson. And there's a sign, and it's a really neat story behind it. And we're going to talk about the firearm used behind it with Jackie Dorothy's story. Jackie, how are you today?
Doing good. My Starlink was being slow this morning.
Oh, well, I'll send an email to Elon. Him and I are pretty tight.
Good. I'm only 2 separated from him, so.
Wait, how's that?
A friend of mine was talking about his friend about, I think it was about 10, 15 years ago. And I didn't know what he was talking about, this strange guy named Elon. So before he burst onto the scene, he was talking about the electric cars that his friend had wrangled him into buying. So one removed.
Yeah, interesting. Well, maybe you shoot an email to him. You're shooting a text to him.
Yes,
You're
exactly.
closer.
That's what Wyoming's all about, right?
Yeah.
Those connections.
Small town state. Your story about this Colt 44 is so interesting, and a little bit of news that I knew of. Everybody, I think, knows of in the Jackson Hole area, the Cunningham cabin and the shootout that happened there. Pierce Cunningham, just a famous guy in the Jackson Hole area, and he allowed a couple of suspected horse thieves onto his place. And there was a shootout there. There's a lot of history in the gun battle there. I did not know, though, about the gun, this Colt 44. So start with the story. Why were horse thieves at Pierce Cunningham's cabin, and what happened?
Well, this was all during the horse wars when the ranchers, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, they declared a war of extermination in the papers. They said, we're going to go kill horse thieves. And people applauded them because the horse thieves were stealing from everybody. And this was at the same time Johnson County War was happening, 1892. And 1891 is when they declared the war. And so they started hunting down these thieves. And these two young guys, they were in their late 20s, early 30s. They were down in Wyoming, Tin Sleep area, Wind River. And they came up and they asked to stay at Pierce Cunningham's place. He was suspicious of them, so he had his partner stay with them. So they spent the winter there. But by April, he told them, you got to get out. I just heard that you're horse thieves. And they didn't listen right away. They waited a day. And in that one day, the posse arrived. There was a shootout. And the two thieves, instead of surrendering, because they said, you're going to just kill us, we're going to go out guns a-blazing, just what they talk about in Hollywood. And they went out guns a-blazing, and the one was riddled with 7 bullets. The other one was shot right away. When he came out and says, well, I guess this is it. And as he lay there, the report said that this deputy sheriff walked over and picked up the ivory-handed gun off this guy's body. And so there's the first appearance of this gun. And then fast forward, the only deputy that was there, sheriff, was Sam Swainer, and his grandson was given a gun from his grandfather. Traced it back. It's the right year, the right make and model, and it has actual ivory handles on it. He says it looks like it's from an elephant tusk.
Yeah.
Custom made, and it's just a beautiful gun.
It does look really cool. Oh my goodness. I didn't know. So is Swanner, was he a sheriff in Montana? Because I heard that's where the posse was formed, in Montana. And they're like, we're chasing down these two thieves.
No, all of those guys were ranchers, and they needed a lawman that had authority where they were going. They didn't know where they were going to end up. And they actually found them across the border in what was then, I don't know if it's still Idaho, but it was Idaho at the time. And he was an Idaho sheriff in Jackson's Hole, from Jackson's Hole.
Okay.
So, I mean, I need to look more into the jurisdiction and everything, but that was what he was considered. They picked him up on the way.
Yeah, local legend, local stories talk about some locals from Jackson that were also involved in the shootout. Like they were enlisted to like, hey, we've been chasing these bad guys, these horse thieves. They're in your jurisdiction. They're in Jackson now. Come on. And they were involved in the, who knows who fired the shots, but there are some in Jackson who that were involved who never talked about that incident from then on. Like it really shook them that they were involved in this. The killing of two. Swede Jackson survived, right? I think Swede was.
Yes. He was apparently in the cabin at the time, and he was the partner that Pierce said, stay with these guys. I don't trust them. Make sure that they don't rustle our cattle, that kind of thing.
Right.
And there's actually, you said legend says, but there's actual a newspaper account that came out within weeks or days of this shootout that said 2 Wyoming men were involved, or 2 Wyoming lawmen.
Yeah.
They went and fought with the posse. The lawmen stayed because they said that they buried the bodies alongside the road.
Yeah, yeah. The 2 guys shot dead, buried them right there, buried them, and no one talked about it after. That was the aftermath. Is just no one would even mention it. Weird. So,
I think that's that's one of the things that we look at is that people, it's like you think that it was happening all the time. These killings, they knew these men. These weren't just, these were cowboys that lived with them, talked with them. And this was not what some of the posse expected. And then you don't know who shot that fatal bullet. There's different stories about who did it.
Yeah. And I know
easily.
Reports were Swede said, "Hey, you know me, this Swede, don't shoot at me. I'm not one of them." Where's that gun today, by the way?
It is in the possession of Tom. I'm going to butcher his name, so I'll let you say it. But he lives in Idaho. His sisters had donated it to a museum that went defunct. So they went back to the museum, got it out of storage, and gave it to their brother. This story is interesting. Is the reason he has the gun is he was actually adopted out when he was 3 days old. And he came back to look for his adoptive parents. But by then, both his parents were passed away. So he never got to meet them or have any connection. And his sisters were still living. So he just called them out of the blue and said, "Hey, do you guys have a brother that was born on this day?" And they did. And they were excited. And they said that there's so much of him that reminds them of their dad. And they wanted him to have a part of the family. And so they gave him this gun.
Wow. You can still see the site of this gun battle, the Pierce Cunningham Cabin. Cunningham Cabin is north of Jackson as you travel Jackson's Hole, the valley. On your way from Jackson to Yellowstone, for instance, about midway before you make the turnoff in Moran. And you'll see the Cunningham Cabins on your left as you travel the highway. It's a cool place. A lot of people stop there every day, and they probably don't know the full story of Mike Burnett, George Spencer, the 2 accused horse thieves who met their end in a gun battle. Tom Neuwirth is the grandson of the Deputy Sheriff Sam Swanner, who the gun has been now passed down to him, believed to have belonged to George Spencer, the 30-year-old. Crazy story, Jackie.
I know he doesn't want to say 100%, but Tom Bell says the more that they find out about it, this is an artifact. This is a part of history.
Yeah.
And when you hold it and you feel that weight and you just imagine here we have this gun battle that happened back in 1892 and it was a part of it.
Old Western come to reality. This is like stuff of film. Yeah.
It really is. And it's a beautiful gun. I've heard of the ivory handle holster, but to actually see it and to see how they crafted it and put it on there, it wasn't what came out of the factory. They know that it was rubber handles when it came out of the factory, and then somebody put these ivory handles on, most likely the outlaw himself.
Yeah, and how does a horse thief come by a fancy firearm like this? Probably not. I don't know if he had a receipt for it. Let's just say that. But yeah, that's cool.
He might have. That's one of the things is they say that they're looking for the bill of sale because they know where it came from was Ogden, Utah. And so that they're looking through and trying to see if they can trace it. They've traced it from the factory to the store because they still have the serial number. So it's authentic Colt. And what was really cool about this gun, and this is for all those gun aficionados out there, is that the bullets match the Winchester rifle. So a cowboy only had to bring one type of ammunition.
Yeah. That's what made the Colt 44. Anything chambered in 44, you could use that bullet for you. You see the gun belt and the bullets that are in it, that you could use those for your rifle or your pistol. Yeah, made it pretty convenient. Nice. Well, I hope, I don't know. I don't want to put any pressure on Mr. Neuwirth, but that's an artifact that, if true, should be donated so people can see that attached to the whole Cunningham Cabin incident. Yeah, crazy.
Well, that's his job right now, is just to authenticate the story as much as he can. But I will say that it definitely, all signs point to this gun being that gun.
All right, Jackie, thanks for that story. I love your history stories. They're fascinating. And this one I kind of knew about. It's close to home for me, so it was really cool to read it. Have a great Tuesday.
You as well. See you.
All right, Jackie Dorothy of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Read all about that 44, the Colt 44 that was maybe used in that gun battle between two suspected horse thieves and a posse that was chasing them. Wyoming man discovers his grandfather Colt 44 could be that notorious outlaw's gun. Jackie Dorothy's story. We got to pause for top of the hour news, and we'll see you on the other side of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Wyoming's few remaining lumber mills have been struggling, but a shift in federal and state timber policy might herald a new era for the industry here. Governor Mark Gordon on Friday signed an executive order calling for an increase of active forest management in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the order mirrors President Donald Trump's March 1st executive order for immediate expansion of American timber production.
That kind of clears the path for more aggressive forestry management, which my understanding it's going to result in more logging. And there's really three big timber companies in Wyoming. And they told me that really what they're looking forward to is hoping that this gives them more leeway and more of an affordable option to get in there and clear out dead timber first. There's just loads and loads of dead timber everywhere.
Most of those trees were killed in previous pine beetle epidemics, and while all that dead timber is a fire hazard, industry experts say it might hold at least some value. Multiple agencies haven't given up searching for a Minnesota hiker missing for nearly a week in Wyoming's rugged Cloud Peak wilderness. Grant Gardner was in northern Wyoming for a planned 3-day hike around the Misty Moon Lake area in the Bighorns. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that his goal was to summit the 13,166-foot Cloud Peak, the highest in the Bighorn Mountains. And he did that, according to a July 29th text message Gardner sent to his wife.
He texted his wife from the top of Cloud Peak saying, "Hey, I made it." Also texted her that it was pretty taxing and more strenuous than he thought it was going to be. But that was the last anybody's heard of him. Said he was going to go down and camp. They've really been going out looking for the guy. They did find his vehicle at the parking area where he was to begin what he had planned to do. So he didn't come down and get in his vehicle and drive off.
Although Gardner remains missing after many days and nights, Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn said the search for him will continue, and he's asking anyone who may have had contact with him to call law enforcement. Peabody Energy's Powder River Basin mining operations were the standout success story for the coal giant during the first half of 2025, more than doubling profits, while the company's overall business struggled. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company's net income plummeted 95% in the first half of 2025 to just $12 million amid collapsing international coal prices.
It's a complicated picture, but there is some optimism around what's happening in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. One of the sources I spoke to called it a trifecta. Tax breaks, you've got increased leasing, and you have a reduction on the amount of royalties paid. So there's all of these incentives that are really helping Powder River Basin coal sell. Now, the other picture here that's developing is some challenges, some headwinds for the coal industry as represented through the overall losses from Peabody.
The idea that Wyoming coal stands as a key and reliable source of electricity generation is something that the Trump administration continues to promote. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, the University of Wyoming has become the latest higher education institution to lend its branding to a school-sponsored liquor. UW Athletics has announced it will launch a new cowboy-themed craft bourbon called Pretty Good Horse in partnership with the state of Wyoming. Producing the booze will be Casper-based Backwards Distilling, which told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that it inked a 5-year contract with the university to produce the spirit.
Normally, universities sort of shy away from association with alcohol, but what we're actually finding is that the University of Wyoming is becoming one of many schools now that is putting out a branded alcohol. So in this specific partnership, they're partnering with a Wyoming-based distillery to create a bourbon called Pretty Good Horse, which is a reference to the fight song of the University of Wyoming. And they're not alone in doing ventures like these. We've seen these other really big powerhouse athletic schools also putting out their own kind of branded alcohol content.
Its initial batch will produce 1,800 bottles and will be available in liquor stores across Wyoming with a shipping option for fans and school alumni nationwide. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, and let's get Mark Hines in here.
Hey, Jake.
Mark, today we should live the day with a sense of urgency. It's going to be one of the shortest days ever.
Really?
It's not.
How so?
It's not going to equal 24 hours. We're getting shorted today by 1.3 milliseconds.
Oh, well, I feel robbed. That's terrible.
When people say, there's only so much, there's only 24 hours in the day. What do you expect?
Not today.
Not today.
We're short. What was it? 1.3 milliseconds?
Yeah. The Earth is spinning a little bit faster today, scientists say.
Okay.
So
that's good. That's good to know. I'll try to.
Don't tarry.
I shall not tarry. I shall not lollygag.
Well, the poor lumber industry in Wyoming has been forced to lollygag for a while. We get all our timber from Canada, but now thanks to the tariffs and policies concerning timbering and lumbering our own forests, we might see an increase in the whole lumber industry. Your story makes good sense. I like it. Is it too late? We have a lot of standing dead beetle kill, but the longer it stands there, the more it rots.
Yeah. I guess we'll see. No, this, from the perspective of people who are in that industry, this does seem to be pointing in the right direction. But yeah, we'll see if they can. But that does seem to be. You're right. The big topic or the big issue is what do we do with how do we get all these dead trees cleared out first? Because man, there are a bunch of them everywhere.
So you got to get in there. You got to get into forests and actually log the stuff, which the industry knows how to do. We can probably get to it. But then you got to also, are there any mills left open that can, cut these trees into boards and all that?
I think there's at least 3 sizable companies left in Wyoming. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this could be a renaissance of Wyoming's timber industry, or maybe it won't be. I guess, I think that's the governor's goal in signing this. That's what he would like to see, but we'll see if it actually comes to pass.
Yeah, and we should mention that we're talking about Governor Mark Gordon on Friday of last week ordered Wyoming to, get after it, basically in a Trump kind of executive order to pave the way for lumbering. If anything, maybe it'll give some relief in the wildfire stuff that we have, hopefully.
Yeah, proponents of it argue that. That's one thing they argue, that it will mitigate fire risk. It will mitigate the amount of fuel that's out there for wildfires. So,
Mark, did you come up with this headline, which I love? Bears so common in Colorado Springs, they're popping out of manholes. That's a great headline.
I didn't come. I think I suggested something similar, but nothing quite that clever. Yeah, that was funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, my son actually sent me that video in the middle of the day yesterday, and I was like, oh, there's got to be a story there. So I tracked down whatever region it was of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department and got a hold of their PIO. And it's like, oh yeah, I took that video, and he told me the story. It's a funny story, but yeah, it's just like that bear. It's like it looked like he'd done that before. He just popped right on. Yeah, that's what the guy said. He hopped on the ladder and climbed up and was boom right up out of the hole. So. I think that the funny part is he was too big, or he was rather a portly bear. He couldn't turn around and go back the way he came. So
right.
They had to help him out of there. But I guess the call was hysterical when the call first came in. Somebody was saying there were bears, plural bears. There's bears under the streets. And then they went to the scene and found out it was just one bear. But that's I would have liked to have been the 911 operator for that.
Yeah,
call.
after the first 2 or 3 times, and the dispatcher hung up on the person, like, yeah, guys, sleep it off, buddy. Finally, they like, oh yeah, there is a bear under there. The speculation is the bear may have been trying to beat the heat and go underground in the storm system sewer,
into the storm drains, and got himself jammed. Yeah,
I would love to hear that call. I would love to hear the call also to the public works or the maintenance department for Colorado Springs, saying, can you bring the key to the manhole cover? We have a bear down there,
and gotta get the bear out of there.
And I love the handoff. The public works guy's like, here's the key. Have fun with that.
Yeah, it's your baby now.
Dang.
But yeah, I mean, like, luckily it's, a black bear, which are known to be at least somewhat more docile than grizzlies. But that video, every time I watch it, that thing cracks me up. He just pops right on out.
Could be as many as 20,000 black bears estimated to be in the whole state.
Colorado,
and no grizzly since 1979 that believes
that they know of.
Yeah.
there could be one lurking there.
Maybe in the sewer system.
Maybe that's their way in now.
We're gonna need a bigger sewer. I just saw Jaws last night. Like, I finally went and watched that again. Such a great movie.
I haven't watched that. I haven't watched that in a while. I watch it once every few years. I haven't watched it in a while. But yeah, that's
a masterpiece, man.
Yeah, it is.
I've seen them stock lakes with the trucks, and I have them seen some remote lakes stocked with helicopters. They actually drop fish right out of choppers.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yep. They just no, they just have like these eight cylindrical tanks all, welded together into one pod, and it's pretty cut and dry. It goes up underneath the chopper. No, that was cool to watch that. And they just load the fish into buckets and then pour them into the cylinders and take them up in the air. It's amazing that they're able to survive all of that. But it was explained to me that's why they put the ice in there with them, because it slows their metabolic rate. So it's not quite so traumatic for him to go on that journey. But
yeah, you know, I mean, back in the day, I read about Finis Mitchell. I want to say his name is. He is the guy who stocked a lot of the lakes and the Wind Rivers, and he did it a horseback using panniers.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine he had to start out with as coldest water as you could, because by the time you ended, but he said the movement of the horse helped oxygenate the water, so the fish had something to breathe. And but what a story to tell for the fingerlings that get dropped out of a helicopter. You know how I got here? They would tell them, "Oh, Grandpa, you're just telling stories."
No, that's pretty cool. But no, you are correct. They used to, I think they still do that in some places. They'd haul them in by horseback, and then, as you said, the ones that are closer, the front country lakes and ponds, they just use trucks and they just shoot them out of a hose. rather unceremoniously.
Well, so many fisheries, and they read about that story. Mark Hines, Wyoming's backcountry lake stocked by dropping fish from helicopters. It's true. I just saw a story, and I can't remember where it was, but they found a long lost burro, a mule that had joined up with a herd of something. And your story is very similar. A young Mustang believed to be cut off from its mother when BLM did a roundup, joined some pronghorn. He's like, "Hey, you guys look similar."
Yeah. We did do that story about the mule.
Okay.
That was in California.
Okay.
He went to, he decided he had enough and just went to live with the elk in California. And I talked to the people that had owned that mule before he decided to go live his best life with the elk. Yeah, the thing with the little colt, it was a little bit different. It was, people on both sides, both the wild horse advocates and the BLM people told me that as near as they could tell, he was lost and alone and saw things with four legs and decided to follow him.
Yeah.
And it was with him for a short period of time. And that's, that's one of the things the horse advocates hammer on the BLM for, is they say, you're out there, putting these poor little baby horses through trauma. And the BLM's response is, hey, we take every precaution we can. And whenever we're able, we reunite them with their mothers. And this colt did get back to his mom. So,
okay.
But yeah, it's, you're right. He just, that's what they said. He saw things with four legs running and decided, I guess we're going this way.
Yeah. He thought, my new parents are so much faster than my old parents. He's pronghorn. He really had to hustle to keep up.
Yeah.
Dang. And then finally, Mark, your story about wildlife agents still searching for whoever poached Park County grizzly. How do we know it was poached? I mean, I guess they're a dead grizzly. You shouldn't be killing grizzlies in Montana.
There's in Park County, Wyoming.
Wyoming.
They don't. Well, the big thing is nobody came forward to report it. Most of the time, when people legit shoot bears in self-defense, they're pretty good about reporting it.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what has raised their suspicions. And I'm sure, they only, when an investigation is active, the authorities, they're only willing to release so much or say so much. There might be forensic evidence at the scene that might suggest that it wasn't a self-defense killing. But no, they're it's they've been looking since the end of May for whoever shot that bear, and so far no leads, at least not that they're telling us. So
yeah. All right. Well, good stories from Mark Hines. Appreciate you being on, man.
Oh, absolutely.
And don't tarry, don't delay, don't
tarry, don't delay, don't lollygag. All right.
Get to it.
Have a good one.
All right, buddy. You too.
Good one, Jake. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show, has got stories concerning wildlife, outdoors, and all that jazz. Bears so common in Colorado Springs are climbing out of the sewers. That's for real. We got the video. Governor Mark Gordon on Friday signed executive order following Trump's order to the immediate expansion of timber production We're going to start logging in Wyoming again. It's been a long time. Wyoming's backcountry lakes are stocked by dropping fish from helicopters. Yes. What a story to tell, these fingerlings. You never believe how I got here, Junior. And that poor little foal who joined up with pronghorns after the rest of his herd and his family was rounded up by the BLM. This one got left behind. They finally did get it, though, Mark. Mark said they went and rounded up this foal who thought it was a pronghorn for a little while. And they got it back with Mama. All these stories and more from Mark Hines on the Cowboy State Daily Shows. Take a quick break. Coming right back with more guests after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get Kevin Meyer in here. He's not here yet. Hold on. I forgot how to work the Zoom room. Okay. I think I got it straight now. Zoom room. Kevin, yes. What's going on? You probably heard me talking about how today's shorter, so we got to hurry today.
Yeah, I wake up most every morning feeling like I'm already behind, and so this just adds to it. At least I have an excuse.
The pressure of getting through the day. Yeah, we got to go with the speed and intentionality of a border collie. How's Birdie doing?
Birdie's doing really, really good. You wouldn't recognize her from that little feral pup that you showed up at my house with a couple of years ago.
It was so fun bringing that dog up to you from Texas, and the leash. I remember the breeder or who was it? The trainer that I got.
Yeah, the
from?
breeder.
Yeah,
the breeder. He's from Texas.
Yeah. In middle of nowhere, East Texas, gives me this border collie pup with and we all looked around like, oh, we should have a leash. Here we go. A baling wire, baling twine is all I got for a leash for this dog. And I don't do the leash thing anyway. I'm like, Birdie, you're going to learn. You're going to have to grow up fast and learn life on the road and life off leash. And, well, typical border collie. Everywhere we brought it, it just stuck around. Thankfully, or you wouldn't have it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also peed in one of the motels, and I think we'll send you the bill.
Yeah, well, I'll send you a check, UPS.
What else? Oh, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. One, does Weird Al Yankovic sell out the Ford, Wyoming Center coming up here? I said, no way. People don't know who he is anymore.
I heard you talking about that, and I tend to side with you, not so much because no one knows who he is anymore, but I just don't know how many people pay attention to who's playing in Casper. I can remember there was a couple well-known stand-up comics, Adam Carolla and Patton Oswalt played Casper at the Rialto Theater, and I never heard about it until after they'd already played, and I found out about the Patton Oswald because of a story in the Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, I remember that.
Again, that might just be me that doesn't pay any attention to what's going on culturally.
Yeah, but you are part of what you're a representative of Wyoming. You're a potential ticket buyer. You count, Kevin, whether you pay attention or not.
Yeah, but I have to use my fingers to do it.
Yeah. August 7th. So this is a Thursday night at the Ford, Wyoming Center, which is gigantic. Like, I would think this guy would be at like a smaller venue. 7:30 showtime, August 7th, Ford, Wyoming Center, Weird Al Yankovic. So I'm doing what I can to promote the show, but I still think this guy, I don't know if he sells a third of that venue. Weird Al.
Well, I hope he does well because obviously he hasn't really been forefront in the public eye for a long time. And so I don't know what went wrong with his financial planning that not only is on tour, he's playing Wyoming here in 2025, but I hope he does well. And I know that the people that do go are going to really probably enjoy that show because he was pretty creative back when he was in his heyday.
Yeah, he was fun in his heyday, but people don't go out anymore. They don't go to stuff. They don't go to concerts, even big concerts. Unless, you go with your side piece and you go watch Coldplay. But yeah, people don't go out. They don't buy tickets and go out and do stuff anymore. That's not what we do. And Weird Al's from another era. I mean, who's opening? Carrot Top? Or or Gallagher, the guy that smashes pumpkins or whatever. Like, I don't know. Also, I wanted to confirm that I am either way too boomer or Karen or whatever it is when I don't like the official whiskey of the University of Wyoming, the partnership with the UW Athletics partnering with a distillery out of Casper to come up with their own brand, a college brand of bourbon. I don't like the association of college with alcohol at all. Maybe.
Well, I guess on this shortened day, are you going to go out after the show's over and yell at kids to get off your lawn?
Yeah. Me and what was that movie where Gran Torino? Yes. The rocker on the porch with a shotgun across my lap. Get off my lawn.
Well, here's my thoughts on it, Jake, is either the marketing team was really lazy or they just understood the job and were a little too on point. To name the official whiskey of the Wyoming football team Pretty Good, that's a little too on the nose, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good. And even that might be a stretch for this year's team.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a nod to the humility of most Wyoming people, especially when they think about the football team. As far as the college kids, I can tell you from going to games back in the late 80s and early 90s when the team was actually pretty darn good and there was no alcohol sales at the stadium, that didn't stop the college kids from having plenty of alcohol in the stadium.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that the college kids are going to be giving up their hard seltzers and their Keystone Light beer for this bourbon. I think this is probably for the people that buy the Wildcatter clubhouses up on the top of the stadium.
Yep. Yeah, these are the suits and ties, the execs in the penthouses. Yep, the kids are drinking the hard seltzer and all that jazz. Yeah, and I'm not living under a rock. I get it. College kids have discovered alcohol, but I just don't like the promotion of it unless this year they may need it. And the Pretty Good name, it comes out of the fight song, of course, but it reminds me of the one-time moniker of Oklahoma that was on their license plates. Oklahoma is okay. Not great. Not great. Not really good. We're okay.
Really, can we call it a fight song at this point in Wyoming football history? Isn't more of a slight disagreement song?
Yeah, that's right. We got to be PC correct. It's not a fight.
We're going to send you a strongly worded letter or strongly worded email song.
It's the college cease and desist song. As played by Thunder. What's the name of the band? The Thunder, Western Thunder.
Yeah.
And the song is really just ripped off Arizona Joe. It's like stole from another, same as our mascot. Didn't we steal Pistol Pete from some other college?
Well, according to the lawsuit that happened back in the mid-90s, with Oklahoma State, who got to which one of the schools got to claim it? I think the court kind of agreed to disagree that we both just get to use it, and it doesn't really matter who had it first.
Yeah,
you're both the Cowboys. You both got the same thing. That stuff happened so long ago. Just get over it. Go get you some whiskey.
I think that's exactly what the judge says. Like, quit your fighting. You both get to use the Cowboy. Why don't you concentrate on which bourbon you want to brand? Yeah.
But another thing I thought about is maybe it could get a little fun because perhaps like that old movie Major League where Bob Uecker was the announcer of the baseball team, maybe our announcers will start tippling a little bit and then become brutally honest as the game goes on as they're announcing it.
Yeah, every once in a while, Kevin Kinney, you can sense his disgust about a certain play or a certain thing. If we've had problems throwing interceptions or whatever it is, Kevin Kinney once in a while lets slip. He's like, and you get to see his real reaction to something. This year might be one of them where we finally say, Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I can remember there a few years back when Dave Walsh was still the announcer and Kevin McKinney was the color man. And
yeah,
we went through that stretch of about 3-4 years where we won one game and the rest of them weren't even close. And I thought, you want to talk about a bad job because they have to stay for the entire game. Then at the end of the game, they have to go talk to a bunch of unhappy coaches and players, whereas the rest of us, we just get to switch the channel or turn off the radio or do anything like that. I can't imagine how brutal. And you probably have a little bit of experience with being a play-by-play guy for a team that has a little bit of a losing streak. I can remember last year when Jackson Girls won that game, how exciting it was for you guys. So you have some experience with going through those long losing streaks.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I was able to stay upbeat, see little positive things, but yeah, it does make the job harder, and it makes it feel like you've done it longer. I'm sure for Dave Walsh, it hastened his retirement day doing seasons like that where you know, the post-game show, they had an hour, they still have like an hour-long post-game. In that season where they, you know, game after game, they were getting drubbed. Here's the highlights. What do you fill that with? They kicked one field goal. You know, they had like 4 first downs. Where are the 60 minutes of post-game in it, you know, when CU like pummeled them. Oh, yeah.
It reminds me of the old Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach, their first year when they went winless. And after a game, a reporter said, what do you think about the execution of your team? And the coach answered, I'm for it.
That's good. That's priceless. So supposedly this branded bourbon that's now the official whiskey of Wyoming college, you know, university, the money from it, proceeds from it are going to be, some of it is headed towards the college, but not to the NIL money, not to the name, image, likeness. So none of it's going to pay football players, which is good to make that separation. It is, however, going to pay the rodeo team, which seems oh so right, does it not, Kevin?
Well, that seems a lot more fitting. And when I first read the headline, I thought, well, since Wyoming doesn't have much NIL money, this is maybe how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
Which I had mixed feelings on, but then to hear that it's going to go to the band and the rodeo team, I think that's pretty good because I think both of those probably get shortchanged when the money is being allocated. And let's face it, Backwards Distilling is a great company. They make great products. I myself have enjoyed a few of their projects every now and then.
I don't know them. Yeah, I've not heard of that. Oh, you know, all I get is Wyoming whiskey. Who are these? Is a pretty good outfit, huh?
It really is. They make some really good craft gin and vodka, and they have another whiskey already. Now, I don't partake of it very often, but when I do, it's always been really, really good. And I always kind of get excited if I go down to the saloon and I know that they carry the Backwards spirits. Just a great Wyoming business. And so let's be happy that it's a Wyoming business supporting Wyoming athletics.
Yeah. Okay. I'll celebrate that aspect. I'll try to get off my OG Karen horse and stop being a boomer and see the good in it. But yeah, every once in a while, Kevin Meyer, when he does partake of this distillery, you'll see him riding his horse backwards through the spirit world. Remember that scene from Young Guns? I love that movie.
Yeah. Did you see the size of that chicken?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few. I remember, boy, was it Lost Creek? No, it was when I was working a ranch in Colorado in Loveland or something. I remember coming home from the bars one night and jumping on horses bareback, and that did not end well. Yeah.
Who could have seen that coming, Jake?
Yeah. And then, picking the ones, you didn't get the kid horse or that old trusty draft. You picked like the one you wouldn't even ride when you had this saddle on. You're like, oh, that was the worst one I could have got on.
Well, that's a perfect example of most great cowboy stories start with really bad cowboy decisions.
Yes. Poor decisions make for great Western story. What's in the news you've been checking out? What are you doing?
Well, I got sidetracked just kind of like this show did this morning over the whiskey part and, being very, very concerned at how fast the time is going today. But I was also very interested in this logging story, which I know you've already kind of talked to death as well. But I think it's great that they're going to start doing that again. And you and Mark Hines were just talking about what could you do with this timber, even if it's not strong enough for construction or, there's not probably a huge market for firewood. There's a huge market in this country for livestock bedding. All you need to do is go down to Tractor Supply or any of the feed stores, and you're going to see pallets of wood shavings.
Yeah.
Now, most all of those shavings come from Canada. There's one outfit that does a real good job up in the Black Hills of South Dakota. But I think that's a really good market for a lot of these trees that might not be good for anything else. But it really does my heart good to hear that they're going to hopefully start clearing out some of these forests. So maybe our August and September will be a little less smoky.
Yeah, I hope so. There's a lot of uses for lumber. I mean, yeah, high end, high grade, whether it's construction or shaving. Shavings are super expensive where I am. I don't know about you, but.
Oh, very expensive. You bet they are. And with new logging technologies, they can be pretty precise and have very little impact on the rest of the forest while they're still getting it cleaned out. Logging has come a long way. I know in a lot of people's minds, we kind of picture a guy in a knit cap and a flannel shirt standing in the middle of a desert scape saying, I like to make stumps.
Yeah.
But that's not really what logging is anymore.
Right. It's not that clear-cut days that some of us think about. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Speaking of old notions that are hard to shake loose of, what about nuclear? All this talk about micro-nuclear plants. Like, are you scared of nuclear?
No, I'm really not. I think the technology has come a long, long ways. And of course, the first thing that enters into everybody's mind is Chernobyl. But I think the way that they're using these things and everything technologically is advancing at an incredible rate. And I've even seen a lot of people that, in the Hollywood era that they were against nuclear back in the late 80s, early 90s, and now they're all for it because they're seeing that they've changed it, and it really is probably the most efficient way of producing all the energy that we're going to need. However, that still does not replace the problems and the concerns over what do you do with all what they call nuclear waste, the spent rods.
Yeah.
And I just don't know that we want Wyoming to become just the burial ground for everybody else's nuclear waste, not knowing what the long-term effects of that are going to be.
Yeah, because it lasts a long time. Good point. And there was Fukushima. There was that Japanese nuclear that got messed up by a tsunami, earthquake. We have earthquakes in Wyoming, and a cool story from David Madison today about a Wyoming researcher who's developing earthquake proofing technology for nuclear reactors or anything else, really. He's found a way to make shock absorbers for a nuclear plant. He just received a $200,000 federal grant, so hopefully maybe we'll put this on TerraPower or something, so in case of an earthquake, the nuke plant won't split in half or whatever.
Well, that just goes to prove the old saying that necessity is the mother of invention.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we're going to wrap up this day because we don't have as much time as we normally do. Not a 24-hour day today, as we've told you. It's quicker.
All right, Jake. One little personal thing, and it's funny that you brought him up. The guy that you got Birdie from, his name's Jake Wiggins. He was in a pretty bad accident. So since you know him, if you could keep him in your thoughts and prayers. And I know that's a little bit of personal thing, but I thank you for giving me the time.
Yeah, all right. He's a cool guy. I hope you wish him a speedy recovery. Thanks, Kevin.
Take care, bud.
Yeah, you too. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Tuesday. We'll be right back with more after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show on the rejoin. Welcome back from whatever commercial break you were just enjoying. I'm hoping you enjoyed it. It's time for this day in history. Oh, by the way, Ian Munsick, our favorite country music star from Wyoming, played at the motorcycle deal in Sturgis. He was at the Iron Horse Saloon. I was saying yesterday that the concert lineup did not impress me for the 85th annual Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Usually the concerts, 10 days of concerts, feature like the like top country music, rock music artists in the world. And this year seemed to be a little bit down, like Jason Aldean, and really not a whole lot of big names on the big stage. On the big stage is that outdoor Buffalo chip. But, you know, I didn't think about checking the other stages. There's several places where you can see live music at Sturgis during the motorcycle rally, one of them being the Iron Horse Saloon. And that's where Ian Munsick was on Sunday last weekend. Munsick played, and he had a bunch of his brothers with him. All his family, except for Triz, basically played the Iron Horse Saloon on Sunday. And what was cool is they reportedly played a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They played a couple of Ozzy songs, which, oh my God, I would have killed to see that. Can you imagine Ian Munsick with his brothers, like the whole Munsick crowd, playing Ozzy Osbourne at Sturgis? Get out. Oh, I wish I had some video of that. That must have been so cool. This day in history, August 5th, 1888, Philip Henry Sheridan died in Massachusetts. Sheridan County is named for Philip Sheridan, obviously. This day he died in Massachusetts, 1888. 1917, this day, the entire National Guard, just recently released from duty due to the crisis in Mexico, was then recalled due to the outbreak of World War I. The entire National Guard. 1 minute released from their duties with a crisis in Mexico, 1917, and then recalled and shipped off overseas. Actually, I don't know if they did get shipped off overseas, but they were recalled for World War I. 1942, this day, earthquake, West Thumb, Yellowstone National Park. Doesn't say how big it was, but it was felt, significant earthquake. This day at the West Thumb in Yellowstone, 1942. This day in 1991, William House in Laramie is added to the National Registry of Historic Places. Does anybody know this place? The William Goodale House. I have not heard of it. What is it, like just an old B&B? Tudor revival style residence built in 1931 for William and Ethel Goodale, also known as the University of Wyoming Alumni House. Oh, okay. William DuBois, famed architect, designed along with F.W. Ambrose. So, oh yeah, that's a significant piece of history. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, very cool. Love it. It was home to Ethel Goodale, who was a sister of Leslie Miller, the Wyoming governor from 1933 to 39. So a lot of history behind this house, other than being like an architectural wonder. A lot of history in the William Goodale House, added to the National Registry of Historic Places this day in 1991. 2018, the last in-house edition of the Casper Star Tribune rolled off presses. What does that mean? They still print it. Oh, it was printed. It then was printed in Cheyenne. So the last time the Casper Star Tribune was printed in-house on their own printing press in Casper was 2018. Then they shifted printing to Cheyenne. I get it. And on this day in 2020, the headlines read, how shocking. And this is due to, in part, the climate of oil and gas, which we know hasn't been good in the last few years. And then also due to COVID, this day, 2020, headlines across Wyoming read, state's rig count reaches 0. In other words, no oil rigs operating at all in the state of Wyoming on this day in 2020. What dismal headline for the Cowboy state on this day, for sure. I am not quite ready for the my rodeo show because it was not ready early this morning when I went to download it. Let's see if they got their act together now. They do. Okay. Rodeo Roadshow, Western Ag Network. Will Rasmussen has the call for you. We'll see what Will never did wrap up Cheyenne Frontier Days. I don't know if he made the trip, which is kind of surprising because it's the daddy of them all. But he was goofing around at a rodeo in Montana at that time. I'm surprised. Maybe he'll have hopefully some Cheyenne Frontier Days stuff. Let's see. I got to get it ready for you. Sorry. Rodeo. Okay, now I think I'm ready. Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. Will, do you think?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Over the weekend, one of the major rodeos going on around the United States was in Idaho Falls, Idaho, the War Bonnet Stampede, one of the oldest rodeos in the United States. Some great young talent showed their stuff there in Idaho Falls over the weekend. We'll have those results for you when we come back.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
It's not just another conference. It's the 2025 Grazing Expo, September 4th through the 7th in Billings, Montana, hosted by the Montana and Wyoming Grazing Lands Coalitions. Connect with more than 60 expert speakers and dive into over 40 in-depth breakout sessions focused on practical tools and resources that support your grazing operation. There's something for everyone looking to support agriculture and our grazing lands. Producers can attend for free with a Rancher Resilience Grant. Learn more about the event at montanaglc.org.
Idaho Falls Rodeo results include Daxton Field of Utah. He's the 18-year-old nephew of six-time world champion bareback rider Casey Field, and he is loaded with talent. He wins the bareback riding. Young Brandon Harrison from Texas, the steer wrestling winner. I'm a fan of Billy Bob Brown on the heading side in the team roping. He and his heeling partner Blaine Vick from Texas win the team roping event. Here's another young gun strutting his stuff there in Idaho this weekend. Saddle bronc rider Devin Hay, who is the youngest of the three Hay brothers. We've heard about Logan, who's made the NFR. We've heard about Dawson, who's made the NFR. Their dad, Roddy Hay, made the NFR about a dozen times. Devin Hay wins the saddle bronc riding, a great major win for him over the weekend. In the tie-down roping, Hunter Ream from Meeteetse, Wyoming, wins the tie-down roping. Jill Plurdy, ranked number 7 in the world from Crum, Texas, wins the barrel racing event. And Kobe Olson from Idaho, Cascade, Idaho, wins the bull riding in his home state of Idaho. Good rodeo there in Idaho Falls over the weekend. Thanks for taking us along on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Let's move on to a couple of stories that happened a few days ago, but we haven't really talked about them. Brian Nesvik did finally get confirmed to lead the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That vote happened last week on Friday. It was a 54-43 vote. Notable that a couple of Democrats came over to the Republican side of things. It went right down party line with the exception of, I think, 2 Democrats. Senators Martin Heinrich of New Mexico and Jackie Rosen of Nevada. No Republicans voted against Nesvik. All Democrats, with the exception of the 2 mentioned senators, voted against Nesvik. The final vote, 54-43 U.S. Senate floor. That was months long wait. With all the stalling by the Democrats, we had U.S. Senator John Barrasso on, who talked about that vote. Like he talked to us Friday morning, and he said, yeah, that vote's going to be later today, finally. And it sure enough was. And congrats to Brian Nesvik, former Game and Fish head here in Wyoming, now moves on to bigger and better things. Very similar job, but this time on a national scale. Way to go, Brian. Congrats. We got more after the top of the hour news break on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The nursing home where a 66-year-old woman died of an opioid overdose in late November denied wrongdoing and has asked a judge to throw out a wrongful death suit. The Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center in Gillette has garnered headlines in recent months for the November 29th death of Rhonda Parker from an opioid overdose and for a January incident in which a memory care patient died after she wandered into the cold unsupervised. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Parker's daughter, Christina Jones, sued the nursing home and licensed practical nurse Emily Ware, alleging that they caused Parker's wrongful death.
Legacy submitted a filing on Friday, basically denying wrongdoing and saying there could be other things mitigating any liability in this case. Like there could have been intervening actions, there could have been pre-existing medical conditions, maybe they didn't follow every rule.
Jones' complaint seeks more than $51,000 in damages. She's seeking a jury trial and all compensation allowed by law. 2 people were killed in motorcycle crashes in Wyoming late last week, contributing to a particularly deadly summer on the state's roads, which are experiencing more motorcycle traffic as thousands of riders travel to and from the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Since July 19th, 3 people have been killed and 2 others injured in motorcycle crashes in the Cowboy State, according to Cowboy State Daily's Justin George.
3 motorcycle accidents or crashes that occurred since July 19th, including 2 late last week. And commonalities in those were that the riders were all older than 66 years old. Now, I'm not going to make any assumptions from that. Highway Patrol is just pointing all this out because Sturgis is going on right now. And there are just a lot more motorcycles that are out there on the road. So people just need to be more aware of that.
There have been 65 fatal vehicle crashes, resulting in 72 deaths in Wyoming this year, including 17 fatal crashes in July. A University of Wyoming professor is developing what could be groundbreaking technology to protect nuclear reactors from earthquake damage. Ankit Saxena recently received a $200,000 federal grant to develop a system to help absorb the disruption that can be caused by earthquakes. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the research is developing as site preparation is already underway on TerraPower's Natrium reactor in Kemmerer, and wheels are in motion for a micronuclear power boom in the U.S.
What this research is doing is creating these kind of vibration absorbers that you can bury underground or position around the reactor, be it a full-blown natrium reactor like the one in Kemmerer or a microreactor or small modular reactor. All of those could possibly benefit from this science that he's developing, and really it boils down to making internal particles absorb the vibration before they travel on and reach the reactor.
The National Science Foundation is backing Saxena's research because it sees potential in seismic damping technology. This puts UW at the forefront of efforts that set out to make nuclear reactors earthquake-proof. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, Colorado Parks and Wildlife got a call from an alarmed resident in Colorado Springs in July reporting bears lurking in the storm drains under a suburban street. And while that big male black bear was coaxed out through a manhole, an agency spokesperson told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that this sort of incident is becoming common in the city.
They have a lot of bears in Colorado Springs, especially on the west side of the city that butts up against the mountains. But they actually had one get into the storm drain system somehow. And somebody gave Colorado Parks and Wildlife a panicked call and said, there's bears down there. They got a key to a manhole from the city public works department and opened the manhole, and the bear, he just saw the opening and climbed up the ladder and clambered out. He climbed a tree, and I guess after sunset sometime, he just clambered down and wandered off back into the hills by himself.
CPW agents say they have plenty of experience handling incidents in Colorado Springs, but finding a bear in the storm drains was a new twist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Welcome back. Good morning. Tuesday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Great to have you along with us today. Tell your friends and family and tell everybody about us. Whether you're joining on radio across the state, we're syndicated now, I believe, in the Cheyenne market, Pinedale, Jackson, Riverton, Cody. I think they're coming online soon. Sheridan, Buffalo. Yeah, it's our plan to be everywhere. We're fixing to be all over. You won't be able to avoid us. Of course, every weekday morning, we're live on X, Facebook Live, YouTube. On demand, run it back on YouTube, the show, and we're on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, when we're live. Also available later when you're ready via podcast wherever you download your favorite podcasts. Renee Jean coming on board to join us this morning, and that's always one of my favorite times to talk to Renee. Renee's super knowledgeable about a whole bunch of stuff. Renee, where do we start with you? You know where we could start, because you're kind of a scientist. Today is supposed to be like the shortest day And I don't mean daylight solstice. I mean like the Earth is spinning a little faster today, and scientists say it's throwing off the whole clock. Like today is 1.3 milliseconds shorter than 24-hour day. Isn't that weird?
Well, the calendar has always had to be adjusted because it's not exact.
Right.
Have a leap year every so often. We have an extra day in February to make up all that. It's an approximation of Earth's rotation around the sun. It's not exact.
Right. Our orbit around the sun every once in a while has got to be fixed. And we picked February to do that in. Why not? And then, we find out the Earth's spinning at like 1,000 miles an hour. We spin approximately. Today, it's spinning a little bit faster, and your day is going to be that much shorter. So if you were counting on having a 24-hour day to get everything done in, not quite. You better hurry.
A millisecond short.
Yeah. And
I figured you would have cured cancer in that time, Jay.
I'm not even going to notice. You, I would think, would notice the difference, a little bit shorter of a day. But you're too busy enjoying high-end bougie chocolate in Meeteetse with Tim Kellogg, our favorite chocolatier. This guy's fascinating. This cowboy makes some world-renowned chocolate. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, he does go all out, Jake. He doesn't just go buy some chocolate already made from a supplier like most of us would do.
Yeah.
He actually goes to farms in Belize, checks out their beans at the source. He wants to see, he's a cowboy. He wants to see how they operate their farms. He wants to know what their agriculture practices are. It makes a difference in the final flavor of the chocolate. So he goes to different farms in Belize, and they'll give you, if you go down to Belize and tour their farms, they'll give you like little snack tabs. So he collects those, and he's snacking on those all across Belize.
Yeah, little cacao nibs that he like. That is next level chocolatiering. When you make an annual trip to Belize and you're sampling the bean, I mean, you are nerded out on chocolate. Belize is his go-to place, and he talks about how, you go to regions similar to how you would hunt down vineyards and wine. Like there are regions known for their ability to produce like the best chocolate bean, but he also mixed it up a little. He went somewhere else to a volcanic area, and he can taste the difference in that chocolate.
Yeah, he calls it, we call it terroir when we talk about how the earth and the climate and all of that contributes to the flavor of grapes. It's similar for chocolate. If you think about it, those cacao pods, that's the fruit that the plant produces. The environment that it lives in, the soil, all of that contributes to whatever is happening with that fruit pod and those beans inside of it. So,
I mean, he was able to detect the mineralogy that comes through the beans. And in Costa Rica, he tasted some beans. Is that where he found the volcanic?
Yeah, he said the farm in Costa Rica that he visited is near a volcanic area. I guess a Swiss couple retired there, and they've been focusing on kind of making a sustainable, organic chocolate farm. The Meeteetse chocolatier is organic. Those are organic chocolates, very high end, very short shelf life, no preservatives. They're kind of fleeting, you got to get them that day, eat them within a week. I think that's kind of interesting too, is like he's not trying to make these last for a whole month or something.
Right. And he doesn't expect them to last long on the shelf, and probably not at your home either. His little shop in Meeteetse, they keep irregular hours. He's open when he wants to be open, and, don't get there late, because when they're sold out, he shuts the door, and sometimes it happens quickly.
Well, I think he's pretty regular for the most part, but he opens in the morning and then he closes when he sells out. He can sell out pretty quick. So, if you don't get there early, you may not get any chocolate.
Tim Kellogg, the Matizzi chocolatier, the Cowboy chocolatier, pretty famous. I got to meet him once when he came to Jackson, sampled some chocolates. He is out of this world. Maybe the only thing he can't do, at least to 100% satisfaction, his own satisfaction, is pastry, is baking. He tried to learn. He's mentored by a French baker, and nobody bakes better than the French. We know that, but he's frustrated with his, what was he trying the other day that his croissants, and like, maybe I'm wrapping him too tightly, but he's maybe met his match there, but he's not going to give up.
Well, I mean, it's degrees of perfection, Jake.
Yeah.
So I tasted the croissant. There was nothing wrong with it as far as I could tell. Yeah, it split a little bit. That happens sometimes with breads, if the moisture and is not exactly right, then it may split. My guess would be with the Gruyere and cheese, you got a little extra oil there. It's making them, when it's baking, it's causing things to be a little extra moist. So it didn't split. So my guess would be it's probably still a moisture problem.
Well,
but they were they tasted perfect to me.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sure by his I'm sure Tim Kellogg has, standards that are much higher than what us tasters would even detect. You were hanging out in Newcastle where they're maybe, they were hoping for a little more of that pass-through crowd on their way to and from Sturgis, the motorcycle crowd. Do you get a sense when you were in Newcastle or just overall that this year's 85th annual motorcycle rally in Sturgis is not, I don't feel it's like as big as usual. I don't hear it promoted as much. We're already 3-4 days into it. It goes through the 10th. And I almost forgot about it. Are they making a big deal of it still?
Well, I mean, they have record attendance at Sturgis.
Okay.
So I wouldn't, the thing I discovered in Newcastle is maybe it's not as welcome there. There was a police presence there pulling people over. And some of the servers I talked to said, there were no events. When I went to look at what's going on in Newcastle this week, the little event website that they have showed there are no events today. And that was in spite of the fact that there was the Weston County Fair. So, that's puzzling. No events were specifically planned for Sturgis. I was told by some of the servers that the city doesn't really want more Sturgis bike traffic. They don't want to draw a crowd like comes to Hewlett and Sundance and that Devil's Tower loop there, Aladdin. They're not interested in that. Although there are business owners in Newcastle who are interested. They'd like to get some of that Sturgis traffic in to help, shore up their businesses. Things get slow here in the winter. That Sturgis traffic can be very helpful.
Yeah, the Black Hills area of both Dakota and Wyoming see an economic boost from those motorcycle folks that's an aging demographic. But, when they stop overnight, spend money, nobody's going to turn that away, are they? But not exactly rolling out the red carpet for motorcyclists headed to Sturgis, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. I mean, they weren't unfriendly or anything. I'm not saying that. They weren't going all out to attract that element, particularly to the downtown. There was quite a bit more traffic there along 85 and that intersection with 16. There's a hotel there. There's a travel stop there. Those were pretty busy with bikers who were going in, getting fuel, getting drinks, maybe getting lunch at Grazer's. But then they were on their way to Sturgis. There was very little of that traffic making it to the downtown. There were maybe a dozen bikes downtown, if that. And last year I was told they didn't even have any kind of motorcycle parking for them. This year they did. So a little movement toward bikers, I suppose.
Yeah. Your story, you've been dabbling also in real estate again, as you sometimes will. Renee Jean writes a story about this $40 million spread. I'm familiar with Riva Ridge. Every 2 or 3 years, it seems to pass hands. It's an investment property and asset. I don't know that anybody who buys it intends to actually live there and say, oh, our new home. I think it's just in your asset portfolio. $40 million, Riva Ridge. What's unique about it is, you point out, due to county regs, you'll never see a place built like this big. It's huge.
Yeah, that's really the distinguishing thing here. You got the stunning panoramic views, you've got all the bells and whistles, but the big difference between this and other properties is you can never build this again, because right now Teton County caps the amount of habitable space allowed on a single property. This far and away exceeds that. I think the cap is like 8,000 square feet is what I was told. And 1,000 of that can be an accessory dwelling unit, but then the main house is only 7,000 square feet. So, if you build an accessory dwelling unit, you're shaving square footage off of your main residence. This main residence by itself is 12,000 plus square feet. So it's already exceeds that. And then it has 2 kind of accessory dwelling units, a 4,000 square foot guest house. That's as big as most people's houses, bigger than many people's houses. And then an apartment that's like, I think it was 576 square feet. So, 4,500 plus the 12,000 plus. It's around 18,000 plus square feet in all for habitable space on this property.
It is stunning. It's something. I think not long ago, I want to say 2023, it was listed and sold. The selling price never disclosed, I don't think, but it was listed for like 37 million. So every few years, somebody looking to flip it, I guess.
Who knows?
It is massive. I'm looking at these. Oh, I'm having real estate thirst trap from.
Yeah. The real estate thirst traps, I guess.
Yes.
But I mean, it's beautiful and stunning to look at. And I love the way the architectures use these big, huge pine timbers and stood up glass in between them. It feels like you're looking through, you're looking out on this forest between these 2 huge stumps of what used to be trees. It's a very rustic but elegant look. You got that river sandstone, and I love the wolf painting looking down on everyone in the living room. It's like he's walking down a riverbed, that river sandstone. He's like walking down it into your living room. It's pretty cool.
It is very cool. Let's talk about that Cheyenne artist, Jordan Dean, who paints on a large scale. These murals, I don't know how artists get a sense of the whole piece that they're doing when it's so big. I don't know how they do it. This is huge, the stuff that Dean does.
Yeah, I mean, I was asking him about that because I was like, a lot of times artists like to stand back, look at work, make sure everything's in the right proportion, and then step forward. It's a little harder to do that with something like this. But, I guess that's kind of what the projector is for. He's drawing the image out. He's projecting it onto the tank. That makes him feel like he's just the tip of a ballpoint pen, kind of executing what he's already drawn a few times now, but just much bigger.
We're talking about Jordan Dean, who paints giant murals on the side of water tanks, 60 to 70 foot horses, for instance. Now, why is the paint so expensive? You talk about $400 a gallon paint.
Yeah, so, water towers, they're going to be standing there in all sorts of weather. They need to kind of slough off anything that might stick to them. They need to last for a long time through weather, through sun, through all the elements. So, it's an epoxy type of resin that they use to paint water tanks. And when you start mixing epoxy, you have a limited time to use that before it starts to harden and become basically unworkable. So you have about an hour once you start mixing these paints up to use it or lose it. And I guess, it costs like $400 a gallon for this paint.
I don't know. I still don't get how these artists work on such a scale. So who is paying this artist to do it? Where has he done these projects in the Cheyenne area, and who would be the buyer?
Well, I think that this was a fundraising situation, Jake. The city said they didn't want to use any tax money. I think they raised, just donations, people who wanted to see this mural.
Yeah. Fascinating work. Pretty cool to discover this this artist. One final story from Renee Jean. August 3rd, generations of Wyoming kids raised by the Cowboy code in the rodeo lifestyle. They cut their teeth. They learn very in the beginning, riding little stuff. Everything's on a smaller scale. Kids riding mini bulls and little stock. It's so cute to see these kids starting out on a career in rodeo. You just don't start out getting on the nastiest bull of all time. You start out small.
Well, you say that, but the reason this was started is the organizers, when they were growing up, there wasn't anything like this for kids. And so, if you wanted to try and learn to ride rough stock, you started out in whatever they had, usually a very large animal that was just going to slam you to the ground. And you look at today, the PBR, the amateur circuits, they're running out of riders. The number of riders are dwindling because this stock has been bred to be buckers. They're elite buckers. You can't just put a beginner on those and expect anything less than a wreck, basically. So they're going to get tossed and they're going to get discouraged and they're going to, say, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
So, there was a stepping stone kind of idea here, something needed so that people could give it a try, see if it might be something they'd like to do more with. So they have this miniature rough stock and miniature bulls, and not all of these bulls are not babies. They're not immature animals. They're actually fully grown horses. They're just miniature, and they're fully grown bulls, but they're miniature. And then they also have like a little tamer bulls, like the bull named Sweet Pea. He just kind of trotted out there into the arena, and then he just stopped and stood there and kind of looked around, striking a pose. With this little kid on him, and I'm not even sure the bull realized there was a kid on him.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one I need to draw if I enter the rodeo. But yeah, right? You're right.
So those make good learners because they're still forward movement. You still have to learn to sit right, and that's what the gal I talked to has a school in Gillette. That's what she uses Sweet Pea for. That's her bull. She can put people on Sweet Pea and teach them the right form, get their feet in the right place, get their shoulders squared up the right way, and teach them how to shift, their weight to sit on a bull. And then they can try something a little more difficult and have a better chance of success.
Yeah. The next generation of rodeo starts small, starts miniature. Renee Jean has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee, have a great day. Have a quick day. You got to move along. It's short.
Well, Hewlett, I got to get to Hewlett today. So it doesn't help me that my day is a millisecond shorter.
I know. Sorry. ETA adjusted. Thanks, Renee. Have a great Tuesday.
Bye.
Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily, will be right back with noted historian and author. So, yeah, don't miss that. We're going to do a little Western history after this. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Moving along here on a Tuesday as we welcome into the discussion Paul Hutton, noted historian, author, 6-time Spur Award winner, by the way. Haven't heard much from him in the literary world since the Apache, but that book, everybody was talking about that book. But wait till you read this new one from Paul Hutton. It drops today. Hopefully you've pre-ordered. If not, get on Amazon and get this book now. Reading reviews saying that this is going to rewrite our thinking about Western history. This book is called The Undiscovered Country, Triumph, Tragedy, and the Shaping of the American West. And it's Hutton's first major work since the award-winning Apache Wars, released in 2016. Wow. We are honored to have you on the show today, Paul. How are you?
Well, I'm just great, and it's great to be here, Jake. We moved to Cody in April, and Cowboy State quickly became our go-to newspaper. That's how I'm learning all about my new home.
Oh, I didn't know that. Now, you've done some work with, tell me what you've done at the Buffalo Bill Museum there and the whole center.
Well, I've been on the board at the Buffalo Bill for almost 25 years, first on the McCracken board and then on the Buffalo Bill board, and love the institution, of course. And it's the finest Western history and art museum in the world, no, hands down. And it's an honor. It's just an honor and a thrill to be there. And so I've just arrived and just started. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
So what does this mean for New Mexico and your teaching down there?
Well, I got out of the professor racket after 48 years.
Oh, my goodness.
Kind of thought it was time. I find Wyoming much more congenial than New Mexico in many, many ways. Of course, we'll do a gut check on that in February.
Okay.
But we just love it up here, and we've always wanted to live up here, and here we are out on the lower South Fork.
I'm glad you're here. It's just another chapter in your life. To me, this makes you so well-rounded and so perfectly suited to be a historian of the West. You grew up, I think. I mean, first off, you're from West Germany, yes.
Correct.
You've lived in England, Texas, not that England. There's also Paris. What is it with Texas? They've run out of names. They have to borrow from Europe. England, Texas, Taiwan, and you spent time in Indiana, the heartland. So you have a good overarching reference on, approaching anything. 'Cause you're so well-rounded globally, I think.
Well, I was adopted by an American Air Force couple, and so grew up as an Air Force brat, moving all around the world. My dad was from Indiana, so I finally wound up there, and that's where I went through college at IU and got my PhD there, and came west and haven't looked back. I get uncomfortable east of the Mississippi River.
All right, let's talk about one of the courses you taught, and we're going to get to the book in a second. One of the courses you taught at University of New Mexico, it was on historiography. Am I saying that right? Historiography.
Yeah, historiography is historians love to study themselves and compliment each other on how brilliant they are. They spend a lot of time doing that. One of the reasons I got out of the business, I got tired of that. It's trying to understand how we see the past, how we shape the past. And there's a power to history. That's why it's such contested ground, especially Western history. Who owns the story? Who tells the story? What's the point of view of the story? And that's something I had to wrestle with in the undiscovered country. I mean, this is ground that people argue over all the time. And I don't think there's probably any topic, probably slavery is right there with it, but certainly the story of the West, the Indian Wars is highly controversial.
Now, I've heard the way you tell this story. Let's talk about the book now. And we're speaking with Paul Hutton, historian, author of this new book. I am going to order it immediately when we're done here. Maybe I'll even order it like while we're talking. If you see me looking down, clicking, I'm probably ordering the book because this is my jam. I'm fascinated by Western history. You tell this story through the eyes of 7 major figures who we all probably know: Daniel Boone, Red Eagle, Davy Crockett, Sitting Bull, Kit Carson, Buffalo Bill Cody. So I've heard it compared to similar to Stephen Ambrose's Undaunted Courage, which is the retelling of Lewis and Clark and their journals. It reminds me of maybe the way James Michener tells his stories, like Texas. I read the book Texas, was blown away. Is it similar to that style of narration, how you tell this?
Well, that's pretty heady comparison, but I appreciate it. And that's exactly what I tried for. I tried to write a book that is not for the academic community. It's for the broad general public, and I think people really respond to lives. And so I use these 7 biographies to try and do a thematic thread through the entire history of the West, which I see as the history of America. And of course, it begins in the forests of the East in Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Mississippi, and goes all the way to the Pacific coast. And it's a big story. It's a broad story. And it's, to me, absolutely the story of how we became a people, how we got our identity. But all that sort of thematic material aside, I think it's a big adventure story. I hope that people read it and they love it. It's not a novel, but it's written in that style that Stephen Ambrose, David McCullough, Bernard DeVoto, historians I admire, the style they use to hopefully grab the audience and make it a real page turner.
Yeah, and maybe you can't understand the lure of the great American West unless you put it in context with all of American history, beginning with Daniel Boone and why how we got to America and why the American West is still so fascinating to many of us. What is it about the book that's revolutionary that may change what we have all thought about the American West? You're not rewriting history, but is there something about it that's unconventional? That's what the reviewers are saying.
Well, I'm trying to reach a middle ground. I'm trying to show that there's this incredible triumph in which an amazing country is built, a country that's made up of people from all over the world who have come here and become a distinct and different people. How did they become that way? Well, they became that way through Western expansion, through recreating themselves over and over and over again on new frontiers. And I must tell you, that's the whole power of America. And I even feel that way myself, even at my advanced age. Starting over, reinventing myself up here in Wyoming after so many years in the academy. And that kind of speaks to the title of my book, which is The Undiscovered Country. Well, obviously, people lived here before the Europeans got here. The point of The Undiscovered Country is from Hamlet's soliloquy, of all things, but it's the idea, it's death when Hamlet talks about it, but it's also going into the unknown, because when people came west, they were cutting off all ties. You're not picking up the cell phone. There's no cable TV. You're reinventing yourself in a new land. And at the same time, you're reinventing that land. And it's a struggle because people were already there. And so there's the triumph of the conquest, but also the tragedy of what was lost. Not just in terms of the human condition and Native American peoples, but also the environment and what we did to the environment. So I'm not wallowing in guilt in this book, but I'm also not sugarcoating the tragedy that is inherent in the story. It's the birth of a nation, and births are painful.
Yeah. I don't know if this is off topic. I wasn't going to ask this, but you just listening to you made me think of, that pioneer spirit, that what it took to leave what you knew back east of the Mississippi, let's say, and come out and explore unexplored land. You had to have an adventurous pioneer spirit. And that made the people of, for instance, Wyoming. Do you think that's still here today, generationally now removed? Is that spirit still, are we those kind of people that said, I want to see what's over the next rise?
Oh, absolutely. And you see it in the character of the states, and you see it in the character of the Western states. And Wyoming has a very distinct character, one that I'm so happy to be a part of. And it really is, I think, in the West, the epicenter of that pioneer spirit, which has stayed alive here. Cowboy state. It's really stayed alive here in a way it hasn't even in other places in the West, who might, like Colorado, that might pay lip service to the pioneer spirit, but have moved in a different direction. So states have characteristics, I think, just like people do, and it's fun. It's fun to explore those, and boy, in the book, I explore so many different areas of the country, and they, of course, evolve differently, but all of them are connected with this idea of pioneering, of seeking out, of going forward, and that's the very essence of what it means to be an American.
let's explore where let's talk about the research that must have went into this. One of the reviews said Paul Hutton has written a pivotal masterpiece that changes our way of thinking about the American West. Wow. For instance, let's talk about Kit Carson and your research on him. Kit Carson, most people, household name, historic guy, well-known guide. He guided, I think, all of John Fremont's three trips, his three explorations in the 1840s. Fremont known as the Pathfinder, although if you read the diaries of a German cartographer attached to that expedition, he was not so favorable of Fremont. In fact, I think he talked about Fremont didn't like Kit Carson. Fremont sometimes got credit for discovering things when it was really Kit Carson. And Fremont, if you listen to this, I can't remember the German, you probably know him.
Bruce, yeah.
Yeah, it's just so fascinating. I mean, what about Kit Carson do you get into in this book? Don't give any spoilers away, though.
Well, he's a major character. I love you bringing up Proust. As a German myself, although I left Germany when I was 2, so there's hardly much of a connection. But nevertheless, I just thought he was such a cranky character. And one of the great things about his diaries, which I enjoyed reading, was he complains about the food all the time. Yeah. It's just not enough food. And he complains about his tent mate is snoring too loudly. He has to go sleep outside. He can't stand it. Just fun stuff like that. But Carson is to me the essence of the pioneering spirit. He does a Huckleberry Finn. He runs away from home when he's 14 years old. Goes out on the Santa Fe Trail, for heaven's sake. Falls in with mountain men. Becomes one of the greatest of the mountain men. And then when the fur trade plays out, of course, he becomes a guide for Fremont and leads those incredible expeditions across the West that covered the entire West and mapped the West for a new nation. And Fremont's reports, which his wife helped him write, Fremont's reports made Kit Carson into a national hero. And then, of course, comes the Mexican War, and Fremont and Carson are instrumental in the conquest of California. Then Carson becomes an Indian agent and then an Indian fighter. And his campaigns against the Navajos and the Apaches made him very controversial down in New Mexico, where he's seen as something of a villain, which is ridiculous. But nevertheless, he that's the way they view him. Of course, he wasn't giving the orders. Abraham Lincoln was. He's the commander in chief, So to blame the soldier is kind of ridiculous. But nevertheless, he's waged several successful campaigns, and I don't think anyone is more instrumental in actually the conquest of the West than Kit Carson. Buffalo Bill, our character out here, of course, is so instrumental in the exploitation of the story of the West and creating our kind of modern vision of what the Wild West was all about. And so he takes what Carson did, and he was the real deal himself as a scout.
Yes.
But he then takes it onto the world stage.
Not having read the book yet, which I will, that's what I assume is, seeing how you tell the story through all these lives. Yes, Kit Carson, the real deal, and then Bill Cody would have exploited on that, the showman. But interesting you chose Kit Carson. I mean, Fremont in himself, incredible story that he has, but Kit Carson, just doesn't get maybe the glory and the fame until now. Let me ask you another question about visiting historical sites. Did you do that in the compilation of this book and your research? And how important is it to get eyes on actual places? Does it bring it to life for you?
Oh, you absolutely got to. And in fact, you've got to understand the geography. It's so important. And so I've tried to travel to all the sites. I mean, when you think about it, we think about South Pass, which is here in Wyoming, which is such a pivotal place in the history of the West. South Pass, that must be a little mountain pass, like in the movies, of course. And we know it's not, if you've been there, it's a broad path way to the West. And that's why it's so important, because you can get wagons over it. And so when people like Carson Fremont explored that and opened it up in Fremont's books to the American people in the East, that became kind of the AAA, guidebook to how to get west, and going through South Pass. It's like Cumberland Gap back in Daniel Boone's days. These special places, and to go to them and see them and get a sense of them is so important in terms of writing history. And of course, I just love the West anyway. So what a thrill, to visit all these places that I write about.
We're talking to Paul Hutton, author who, they're saying, among other things, it's the Western Book of the Summer, just dropped today on Dutton. Penguin Random House is published. You can click and get it on Amazon. Let's divert for just a second, Paul, and talk about your work in the film industry. You've done a ton of film work. You've written several short films for state and national parks, dozen television documentaries you've been worked on. Also notable films like Ron Howard's The Missing, 2003. I believe you consulted on that. And of course, the classic Cowboys and Aliens. What could they possibly have needed you for on that movie? But what is that like when you're doing film work and lending your knowledge? What do they ask for? What is your role in some of these big films?
Well, you're a historical consultant. You're giving them advice on accoutrements, on weapons, on costumes, and kind of on larger issues in the script. And you're sent the script. You read over the script. You give them notes, most of which they ignore. But yeah. I'll point out, Jake, that in Cowboys and Aliens, one of the reasons the aliens are so authentic is because of my historical consulting on that film.
Get out.
Yeah, there we go. And I had worked in Hollywood for a couple of years. I went out there and worked with David Zucker. We did a script on Davy Crockett that we hoped to get made, and it never did get made. But while I was there, I was in Naked Gun 33 1/3. I play the doctor that delivers O.J. Simpson's baby in the final scene of that movie. And they're all in the news again because there's a new Naked Gun. And it was great working with O.J. I mean, he knew I was interested in Davy Crockett and the Alamo, so he asked to borrow my Bowie knife collection. And then I never saw him again.
I got to go back and watch that now and watch for you. Wait, I'll have to revisit that. I'm just fascinated in researching history and finding different layers of history, like the story of Custer, General Custer. Well, I mean, that's been told a zillion times, but there's always something different. You, I think, found something different. I love reading, folks like D. Brown. Joseph Marshall wrote a great perspective of what the Custer, Little Bighorn looked like from the Indian perspective. It's just fascinating. What you've done extensive work on Custer, no?
I got infected with the Custer bug back when I was a kid, watching Errol Flynn, and they died with their boots on. Probably not a good historical source, but great movie. And I did a book called The Custer Reader. I was on the presidential commission that established the Indian Memorial at Little Bighorn, and I've been involved with that. And talk about controversial characters, of course. I mean, no one's more controversial than Custer. Once one of our great heroes. Now he's, I think, incorrectly kind of fallen from his pedestal, but certainly a fascinating, engaging human being. And I had intended books have a life of their own, and I intended to do a whole chapter on the battle. But from Sitting Bull's perspective, but just in terms of the time and the deadlines I had in writing the book, I had to compress that. And so Custer gets kind of short shift in the book, although he makes several cameo appearances, especially with Cody, because he and Cody, I wouldn't say they were friends. There wasn't a room big enough to hold both those egos, but they certainly were together many, many times.
Well, if we want to get introduced to who you are, I think you got website, Facebook, you got all the interweb presence, right, Paul?
I do. I'm on Facebook, of course. I've got my own website, paulandrewhutton.com, and folks can find me easily. It's kind of scary, in fact, how easy it is.
Yeah.
Wikipedia even has a page on me. It's not very accurate, but it's a page. And if folks want to see me in person, we're doing our big open house, our what we call block party at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West on Friday from 6 to 8. We're open and it's free, and everyone's invited to come in. I'll be sitting there at a lonely table with a big stack of books ready to sign them.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that book out today. Go get it signed if you're in the Cody area. Paul Hutton's The Undiscovered Country, Triumph, Tragedy, and the Shaping of the American West. It is the summer read. And if, get your copy. If you're not in the Cody area, how are we going to buy the book? Amazon or your local bookstore? Will that work?
Yeah, Amazon, Barnes and Noble, of course. Any local bookstore will carry it. Random House is the biggest publisher in the world, so it's great to be with them. They get books out, and Books A Million, other sites. I even think you can buy it through Walmart, which is great. Which is great. It's amazing how the book business itself has changed. Of course, it's so dramatically over the last few years, and so really, marketing books is very much on the internet anymore.
All right. Well, whether it's 2016's The Apache Wars, award-winning book, by the way, or the brand new one today, go read Paul Hutton. Paul, don't make us wait so long for your next one, but I got to get this book right now. Thanks for being on.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Have a great Tuesday. That's Paul Hutton, author. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more in the Cowboy State Daily Show after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Yeah, welcome back on a Tuesday as we look to wrap things up on the Cowboy State Daily Show. One final story I wanted to pass along. Los Angeles Times. Scientists say the pandemic aged our brains faster, whether or not we got COVID. Just the whole experience living through COVID-19, the pandemic, made us age faster. It makes sense. It was a stressful time. By any measure, living through the once-in-a-century pandemic that killed 7 million globally, 1.1 million in the U.S. alone, it was a harrowing experience. A new study shows that the entire pandemic may have been responsible for aging our brain faster. The results were subtle but measurable, the study says, published this month in the Journal of Nature Communications. The purpose of the study wasn't necessarily to pinpoint why or the cause of accelerated brain aging, but found that it indeed was there. And the belief is it was a cumulative stressors of the pandemic, prolonged isolation, disrupted routines, reduced physical and cognitive activity, economic uncertainty. All these stressors aged us out, man. And I'm not surprised. Yeah, fascinating. That story in the Los Angeles Times, LA Times, which now is going to have competition from the New York Post. I just read the other day where the New York Post is going to come out to LA. Look out. And they're going to be a newspaper out there. Yeah, that'll be different. New York Post in LA. There's now going to be an LA Post along with the LA Times. Well, that'll do it for a Tuesday. We got to wrap things up. Thanks so much for joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll see you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day and a fast day. It's a short day, remember. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.